Hello, y'all. How's it going? It's Friday, and that means it's time for the viewer level stream that I do every Friday at 6 p.m. Central on the regular. This is the time. It is the place. I'm gonna play some Mario Maker 2. Y'all have already gotten in. Looks like 5 levels so far. That's really nice. That's a good amount to start with. I don't have that much to say up front, other than I'll say it's been a bit of a week. It's been a bit of a week. I'm tired. I am definitely tired. That's right. You have unlocked Brain? Oh, look at that. Isn't that something? I've had an odd week. I'm feeling pretty tired. I'll give you the basics of it. Ended up working from home a lot this week on account of, had to go to the office on an unusual day. And as a result, like a day that you would usually be an office day ended up being not an office day. And also, I needed to be home in case the maintenance people came by to fix my garage door, which they haven't managed to do yet. My garage door is on the fritz. I need to, like, go through my apartment, go out the front door, go around, and then get in the car to, like, exit the apartment right now through the garage. Entering somehow works. I don't know what the fuck is up with that clicker. I really need someone to come by, and, I put in a comment going like, okay, listen, you gotta give me like an hour's notice because I'm not at home every day. I can't work from home until you guys just randomly show up. And also, like, I'll admit, I did have to go, I did tell them to come on Wednesday, and then it turns out I had to go to the office on Wednesday, so I ended up missing them. That sucks, but like, you know, still, I was home on Thursday and Friday, and where are they? Where are they? Get my fucking garage fixed, goddammit. Also, I decided not to buy a nice mattress right now on account of, I really don't feel like dealing with people delivering furniture right now. I really can't be bothered. I just want to relax. I just want to have my December chill time. I think, as far as, like, getting new things and things of that nature, I think I would just like to wait until the New Year's, and until then, just sort of stay the course. Stay the course. You know, just sort of relax and chill and, you know, do the normal holiday stuff. I don't have anything to show for the level that I've been working on because I haven't found time to work on it somehow. It's made no progress in the last week. Need to find the time, I guess, but this is a busy time. I say that I've been playing like nothing. It's supposed to be a busy time. It's kind of a busy time. I don't know, I'm tired, man. Let's suffice it to say, oof. This is viewer levels. Folks, it's time now to do the viewer levels. It's time to do them for realsies. This is viewer levels. Let me explain how it works if you don't know. Let me get the first level up, which is going to be Lord Bowser's. If you don't know how this works, this is viewer levels. This is viewer levels proper. I'm going to play the viewer levels on a first-come, first-served basis, and if you're here, I give them the full time of day, which means, outside the lightning round, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you aren't here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That's my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which is quite simply fun. It's fun to do. I think it's a good compromise. The system works well. Lord Bowser is up. Lord Bowser was here when I feel like the first person gets a pass because, you know, the only thing they're waiting for is me to stop talking about myself and to get the stream started. Also, Lord Bowser is there, so either way, I don't really have to, you know, I don't really have to extend any sort of, courtesy, technically. It's all good. It's been a week, hasn't it? It's been quite a week. Even other than, like, you know, just an incoherent schedule on my account. A lot's been happening in these last, 5 days. There's a new Donkey Kong Land on the Nintendo Online. That was big news. I saw an article about, like, how the Switch is gonna come out. The new Switch is gonna come out at a certain point, and apparently the person who wrote that article has been full of shit before, so maybe I'll say I didn't put a card in there about that because, I was like, oh, this could be, this is maybe bullshit. Maybe I shouldn't put trust in things I see online, sight unseen. Were those the 2 biggest stories of the week? No. I mean, I could say yes as a joke, but we all know. Those of us who have just lived through this week, I'll say for the sake of people coming in the VOD later on, who, don't know what happened this week in December. At the start of December, 2024, there was some stuff in the news. There was a whole thing. I'll talk about that later. Until, I should maybe be more specific because people in the future won't know. Like, it won't be obvious to them, right? And also, like, even if I did, like, gently allude to it, they might be like, oh yeah, but which one, though? Which event of that nature to which are you referring? Who knows? Who can say what the future holds? Involve the CEO. I'll say that much. Hopefully people in the future, that's enough to narrow it down. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. The future is, who knows what the fuck, right? It's like the first instance of that. It may be the last instance of that. We'll see. It sure would be nice if things got better in the future. You know, such that these things wouldn't, you know, whatever. That was a great level, Lord Bowser. I remembered that. The original version of that with the pokey heads. Those contraptions are quite neat. Same as they always are. Thank you. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Yeah, the way with Super Worlds, how those work is we play one at a time. And that's just how it goes. One at a time. One after another. Pretty self-explanatory. The YouTube is public, right? YouTube stream is publicly visible. I could check, maybe. I don't know. If I look at content on the YouTube thing, will it show live streams? It doesn't because it's a bad, because the app is not good. I'm sure it's good. I can check. Thank you, Lord Bowser, for the thing. Hope you enjoyed seeing it. Next up is Eric, who has just said a thing. Yeah, we're good. We're good on that front. Let me type that in. And why don't we talk about something other than alluding to things we'll talk about eventually. In particular, let's talk about something good. I did Extra Life last weekend. I did Extra Life was last weekend. That's not what, okay, that's what happens when you write Extra Life was last weekend, and then you go like, no, Extra Life is all over. I need to put in that I did Extra Life, and you end up with a sentence that doesn't make sense when you read it. I did Extra Life last weekend. We raised a good amount for the children. If you don't know Extra Life, it is a charity that raises money for children's hospitals. Which you might if y'all are foreign and you don't understand, like what you mean by that, what I mean by that. In America, hospitals they they don't have money, and we need to our healthcare system is entirely fucked up. People who have seen the news recently can attest to this. Perhaps it is all screwed up, and if we want children to have medical treatment, someone's gotta pay, and it's not the government somehow. It's just like people, and we raised like a little over $100. That's a perfectly nice amount. The stream was Xbox 360 stream. I made this very nice thumbnail after the stream was over for the VOD. I took a picture of all the games side by side and edited in the Xbox Live Arcade games next to them to make sort of a grid behind it. Much nicer than the more tossed together version of the thumbnail that was before the stream happened. But I ended up touching like 22 games over the 12 hours. Playing a good amount of them for a good amount of time. Some of them up to an hour, some of them more just like, yeah, let's play a minute of this and then, yeah, that's enough. That's enough. I'll say, for those who are feeling charitable or whatever, maybe you're thinking about healthcare right now and the plight of those who have to suffer under the American health care system. That's been something that everyone's been thinking about recently. How many people are suffering under the yoke of the healthcare elite and things of that nature? If you're thinking about that, I will say that Extra Life campaign is still open, and also I have promised two things. One is that if we were to hit that $300 goal that I set, I will do an additional Sonic 06 stream that is just Sonic 06 for like 2, 3, maybe more hours. And the other thing I'll say is that I have put a bigger incentive, like if we were to pass that by a country mile, if we were to get, let's say, $600, I'll do a full playthrough of Sonic 06. Very infamous game. If that tempts anyone, that would be fun. I'll say, like, maybe eventually I'll have another, like, sub-goal type thing to make Sonic 06 come up. I did buy it for this live stream, and it'd be a shame if I never played it, ever, in full. But, or, like, more than just at the start of this stream here. But, like, that's on the table. Y'all can go find that VOD if you're interested. If anyone wants to make something happen, ball is in y'all's court. Pick anything? Okay, then what I pick is Super World. Let's do it. We're in World 2, specifically. Lovely. It was a solid stream. It was a really, really good stream. Played a lot of games. Many of which for the first time in ages. It's been literally impossible for me to play... Let me set the timer. It's been literally impossible for me to play, this is a title screen level? Okay. But maybe, did the lava go up and down in the title screen level? I suppose it must have done with this, this design here. Oh shit. Well, it's been literally impossible for me to play some Xbox 360 games for a good long while. Oh, we gotta get some 10 coins. I just realized that's a required objective. And also, there's maybe a tight timer. Let's make sure to get this on the first pass here. It's been literally impossible for me to play Tony Hawk's Project 8 and the Xbox 360 racing game Blur, which I will say I think is like, wait, what? Huh? Oh, I need to throw a Koopa shell or something in there. Okay. Need a Koopa shell for that one. Or grab this. Let's restart until we get it. It's been literally impossible for me to play Tony Hawk's Project 8 for a while, and I was really pleased to be able to play it again, live on stream. Same with Blur, though that one, all you can do is the campaign, which honestly isn't as fun as the multiplayer was in that game, to be fair, but it's still nice to be able to see it again, to be able to play it, even if it is just against bots, or if there's any local multiplayer options, I guess you could do that, in theory. Just a theory, though. And it was fun to play other games, you know, like, 360 has a lot of games. A couple of donors picked out a couple of games for me, such as Viva Pinata, and, oh god, shit. This is not a safe place. Specifically, Viva Pinata and Pac-Man Championship DX. Those games are fun, and, you know, I'll say, like, I probably wouldn't have picked them myself, which makes them good picks for chat to make. I was quite pleased with how that went as far as, like, the games that came up that were selected, etc., etc. That Extra Life stream, the VOD is available, all that, you can still donate, and, you know, you can make me play Sonic 06, infamously bad game there. It'd be a pretty good, it'd be a pretty fun, it would be pretty good content to play Sonic 06, bad game. Okay. That one's screwy. How do we get there? "20 seconds left. We might be hosed here. Well, certainly we can't do it like that. I mean, the question I have to ask here is, like... Okay. Let's think about this level. Let's talk about this level. Is the mushroom doing anything for us? Are we just wasting a second getting it? What's the harm I get? What do you have to do to, with Sonic and a bad game? I don't think... Did I say 06? Not sure what anyone has to do with Sonic 06. Sonic 06. Oh, you're right. You are 06. 06I. No offense, 06I. Sonic 06 is a shorthand for Sonic the Hedgehog, a video game released in 2006. Okay? There you go. That's why it's called Sonic 06. Because they didn't give it a name. And it happens to be the worst Sonic game. I think? Definitely worse than Shadow the Hedgehog, I'm 90% sure. Right? Like, everyone would agree on that? That's like the consensus. I don't know about more recent Sonic games. There have been some Sonic games since Sonic 06. And some of them, I'm sure, are also bad. Some of them are probably quite bad. But, like, Sonic 06 is, like, infamously bad. I forgot your name was 06. That's, yeah. O_6I. It's a little different. But yeah, that's still on the table. I still have that game. I'll say I haven't played any 360 games since that stream. I haven't, like, done more Tony Hawk. I haven't gone farther into Amped, for instance. I would like to. I would like to in time. It's just that, I don't know. This time of year, I feel pretty pressed. And, you know, I kind of want to play games that came out this year right now. That's always the thing with, like, end of the year season, right? I'm always trying to get in a couple more games that could be on my game of the year list. So, like, replaying one of my favorite Tony Hawk games of all time, it's just like, it's not the time for that. It's not really, I think we did it. I think this is good. So long as this doesn't reach up to here, we'll be able to manage it. There we go. Very good. Good shit. Eric. Very challenging to do first cycle every time, pretty much, to get through, with time to spare. Nice. Nice. Thank you for the GGs. Everyone doing GGs. Haven't played any more of those games. Would like to do Tony Hawk and Amp more. I never played Amp, but I've watched a playthrough of it. I watched the cutscenes from it, so, you know, I remember the funny stuff from it, but I do think it's good to see it in person. You know? Better practice. And yeah, Sonic 06, maybe. Still on the table. If anyone wanted to donate to that, Extra Life campaign now, watch the VOD, etc., etc., it would still be very much appreciated, and I'll thank you on, like, whatever stream is after that. You know, whatever stream happens after the dono, or whatever. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. And you can always submit yourself again after I get through it. You don't have to worry about that. Perfect. That's how you do. Perfect. Eric Knipe. Did you get back in there? Yep, you're good. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Get that timer out of there. Quentin is up. Quentin just GG'd. Fantastic. You've been in enough Mario Maker streams? How do you mean? How do you mean you've been in enough? Oh, you understand, like, how to resubmit. Right, okay. Of course. Yeah, that's just, standard protocol, really. Very much standard protocol. Here's another card. I want to try Indie soon. Indiana Jones. And the Great Circle. I've been hearing good things about it, and, I'll say, I'm, you know, at the point now where I'm trying to find the last game that I'm happy being on my top 10 list, and I'm hearing good things about Indiana Jones, and I would like to start playing it, actually, and, since it's on Game Pass, I want to do it as a Game Pass stream, where I play that for the first time, and other Game Pass games, and, I did some soul searching, because I've been pretty much... I did a stream last night, and I'm pretty wiped, I'm pretty tired, I've been, like, not... I haven't had, like, a lot of sleep in the last week, truth be told, but I thought about it, and I did some soul searching, and I decided, let's fucking do it. I'm gonna do a stream of that on Sunday. I'm gonna try out that game on Sunday, around 3 p.m. Indiana Jones, the new Call of Duty, other things that are on Game Pass. Spyro the Dragon just entered Game Pass relatively recently. I got a bunch of other shits downloaded. Game Pass stream on Sunday. Let's try to make it one that doesn't go too late in the night so I can, you know, post the VOD without too much trouble. You know, whatever. But that'll be early in the day. It'll be like early in the afternoon. I say early. 3 p.m. Is that early? For me, that's early for a Sunday. But, yeah, that's my plan for next weekend. I think that sounds fun. Doing multiple streams on Sunday, multiple weeks in a row. Bit of a... I feel like I'm pushing it a little bit. I feel like I'm pushing myself a little bit. But also... I want to play that game, so let's just fucking do it. Probably will be some time pretty soon where I just take a week off after I finish Half-Life 2. Maybe the week after next I will chill and just not do a stream between Friday and Friday or whatever, but you know, until then, let's just keep on trucking. I got ideas, I got things I want to do. And I'm gonna do those things. Also, there'll be a, you know, Metroid Prime 3 randomizer. Gotta do that sometime soon as well. What is this song? DS. New Super Mario Brothers DS castle theme. A quite mournful theme. Not really that, like, fast-paced, but, is that how it is in the original? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. GG. Yes, GG. That is correct. Thank you for the GG. Let me hit, complete and bring up the next one. Well, that was a song. I can say that much. Adventure Tale. Adventure or Tale? Give Adventure or Tale a second to confirm. In fact, let me hit the next key, the next hotkey, and give a alert for next Tale, or Adventure or Tale. Who is next? Combine the words next and Tale to some effect. Go ahead and confirm. Here's another card. You see that Donkey Kong Land 3 is on GB Online? For the third week in a row, they added a Donkey Kong Land to Nintendo Switch Online, which is the third one. Is Donkey Kong Land 3, which is a good one. I think it's probably the most solid of the group. Unlike the first one, it uses the same... So the Donkey Kong Land series sort of goes like, okay, the first one is janky. The physics don't feel right. It's a little bit buggy and weird in weird ways, but it has like all new archetypes, like clouds and city, all new like like level types. It has like enemies that are all new, like flying pigs, and is a good time, albeit a really jank thing that you have to go like, okay, well, like Mario Land 1, you have to squint a little, but I will say you do have to squint less than Mario Land 1. But it's certainly no Mario Land 2. Donkey Kong Land 2, on the other hand, is like competent. It's like, okay, it feels good. The level design is solid. But also, all the levels are just literally like, oh, it's Bramble Scramble. And it's the same gimmick as in Bramble Scramble in DKC2. It's literally like 1-to-1, right? It's kind of sad, really. But, like, perfectly competent, you know? Meanwhile, Donkey Kong Land 3 is like, okay, well, it's the same archetypes, like, you know, waterfall, cliff, boardwalk as Donkey Kong Country 3, but the levels are all different. They have, like, different names. Usually they have different gimmicks. They're in a different order. The worlds are different-y. Maybe a little less focused, honestly, than the DKC 3 original worlds, but, you know, they're like, not just the carbon copies of what DKC3 did, and for that, I think it's the best of the 3 Donkey Kong Lands, and I'm enjoying going through it. This time, I'm getting all the bonuses and all the DK coins before I leave every world, so I don't have to go back at the end, which I think is a good idea. Also, I'm playing on the original Game Boy version. One thing that is worth noting is that there is a quite good Game Boy Color version that came out in Japan. I guess you can make a Japanese account and then download that version of the app if you want to play that version of Donkey Kong Land 3. It's fine without color, honestly. especially if you play with the view thing that makes it so that the backgrounds are one color and the sprites, like enemies and Kongs and stuff, are another color. It's perfectly visible. It's perfectly, like, comprehensible. Hell, even without color at all, I think it is manageable. Let's see a bonus stage. I don't know. We got... I don't see adventure or tale, so let's go ahead and put into sudden death and get to it. 1 second, let me adjust something here on my my stream monitor. Good, okay, good. Okay. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Braden Hugo. I was about to say that was pretty straightforward, but then I died twice. What the hell? That was a weird way to die. I bounced off a guy who fell off the hook, and that was a gimme right there. That level was a fucking gimme. I can't believe I fell quite so easily. Adventure or tale, if you're here, you can say something, and I'll beat it on, like, the first try, you know, I'll do the 12 minutes and all, but, if you're not here, we gotta move on. That's how it works. Hey, Herons. Did I say that already? My memory, you know. It's not the greatest. Not the greatest. Let's say 7:30 for the lightning round, by the way. Let's say 7:45. Let's say 7:45 for the lightning round. I'll start a timer of do it on my watch here. It's like 50 minutes away. Yeah, like 50 minutes away. Central time to be clear. I don't see adventure or tale, and, you know, if you're not here, we play the level for less time. That's how it works. Let me go ahead and dismiss it then. Feel free to resubmit if you are to come back. You know, you'll have to wait your turn again, but that's fine. Or whatever, you know, we can have another 2 tries at it if you're not here. Whatever you want to do. However you want to play this. Mortis, you are up. Go ahead and confirm Mortis. Let's go. Let me do another card while I type this in, as I do. Did you hear that Anton Blast on Switch got delayed? Speaking of games that are coming out this year that I've been excited to get my hands on and curious, like, if they are good enough to be my number 10 on my Game of the Year list. Feel like I got 9 that I'm happy with right now. And if nothing comes out, I guess it'll be Zelda. Zelda was, like, good, you know, fun, but, like, I don't know, I feel like it's just short of number 10 for me. I feel like it should be, like, 11. But, Anton Blast is like a Pizza Tower, Wario Land 4 type game, and it got delayed on Switch. Apparently, performance-wise, it wasn't quite right. And they say it's gonna come out by the end of the year, so I'm gonna wait until it comes out on Switch because I'd like to play it on Switch portably rather than playing it on a PC, which it doesn't sound fun. I had to do that for Pizza Tower since Pizza Tower did not come out on Switch in the year of its release, and I wanted to play it to see if it ended up on my Game of the Year list, and it did, so I was glad that I did. Anton Blast is kind of the same way. I will say one thing that I find very funny about Anton Blast, which is that there have been a number of... There was like a... I saw like an article from some games website basically being like, oh, is Anton Blast coming for Pizza Tower's crown? And all the replies were full of a single image, basically saying, with some sort of variation of like, You know, like, hey, you know, love wins. They don't have to be enemies, they can be lovers. And the image in question is not this, is this. And apparently it comes right from the actual official Discord of the of Anton Blast, and that, like, the developers of these games know each other, and they're, you know, they talk to each other, and they collaborate. You know, they shared a little bit of like where they were at with their games, such that they made sure that they weren't like you know, too similar, I guess. And you know, they're not really fighting each other. I thought seeing like 100 of that message, 100 of that image amused the hell out of me, and apparently it's been a meme in their community for like years now, and that is fascinating. That's great. That's that embodies the Pizza Tower attitude, and also perhaps the Anton Blast attitude of just like, wow, yeah, this is gratuitous and so just entirely dumb. How like and also like it has the Nickelodeon what's that show with the dogs? They're dogs, right? Ren and Stimpy. It has big Ren and Stimpy vibes. Mortis is here. Fantastic. Was worth stalling. Let's go. Let's do it. Big Ren and Stimpy vibes. Okay, we gotta do this. We gotta follow the indicators, and we gotta make sure that the shells go in the right direction. Simple. Simple. I will say, gotta jump low there. I will say Anton Blast does have a demo on Switch. I did try out the demo. I'm not 100% sure it's like hitting as hard as let's say Pizza Tower for me, like so far. But I think it's cool. I think it's doing some stuff. And maybe it's just a game that you shouldn't play whilst distracted. You know, this isn't quite a podcast game, and it's certainly not a you can play it great from Lord Bowser with four people. Hell, let's go, Lord Bowser. I'm just talking about Anton Blast. Let me give you a shout out there. 1 second. Stream manager. Thank you for the raid. Do shout outs. It's shout outs. I always forget which commands are which on Twitch, whether it's the slash or the. There we go. There you have an official shout out. Let me give you the other sort of shout out that makes a thing appear on the screen. Where's my alert? Where's my alert? Looks like the alert didn't go off on the screen. That's interesting. I'll check that later. You gotta get going. I understand, Mortis. But, I will still play the level for the 10-minute span. Anyway, what I was saying about Anton Blast is I played the demo. I'm not sure about it, quite yet. You know, maybe this demo was pretty early. I think I might have heard that the demo was like, months ago. You played this level too on your stream? Excellent, Lord Bowser. You were doing what? You were doing viewer levels? Yeah, Mario Maker 2. Yeah, I think I saw that, you post that in the Discord, that you were doing, levels as well. Let's go. You couldn't even get past the first section? Dang. Well, I did. So, jot that down? I don't know. We don't have to be adversaries here. Like, Anton Blast and, Pizza Tower. We can be, I'm not gonna say that. We can be allies. You know, I'm not gonna go to the extent that those dudes go as a joke. That's not really my style, to be fair. But I do think it's very funny. This is the Anton Blast. This is the way the Anton Blast people deal with people saying like, oh, which is better? Pizza Tower or Anton Blast? We're just to go like, oh, we're buddies, we're friends, we're allies here. And these two, canonically, they're yeah. People spamming that image a lot in some on some Twitter threads. Which I think is very funny. Very funny. Very funny. Good meme. Good solid meme. Captures the attitude of those games. Just is in line with the attitude of those games, I guess I would say. Anyway, I played that demo. It seems okay. Need to have some focus while playing it. I'll say it's not good as a podcast game because it moves so dang fast. And the weird thing about Anton Blast, I think, so far, my initial impressions, is that it, every level apparently revolves around destructible blocks, right? Like, okay, you hit a switch, and these blocks explode. And it's not just one set of them, there's actually 4 sets of them based on the card, based on, like, heart, ace, spades, card suits. So there's 4 in every level, and I feel like, I don't know if, I wonder, like, how well that works. Just having to slip off, having to find, like, 4 switches every level, and, you know, just in, like, the due course of playing the level. I mean, I guess, if you think about it, you could liken those to the 4 collectibles that, Wario Land 4 has, and that works great. Like, I guess maybe they're like those collectibles, but instead of being optional the first time through, they're mandatory every run, which the ones in Wario Land 4 might as well be mandatory because you do need them to fight the boss of each world, so... I'll say I'm waiting for the Switch release, and that's been delayed, so if they put it out by the end of the year, I will play it on Switch. If they don't, eventually I'll just go like, I want to play this game for Game of the Year purposes, so there you go. Hopefully it comes out, hopefully it comes out before too long, so we can all play it and see if it makes our lists. Games that come out in December are always so hard for Game of the Year purposes. It's always just like, okay, well, you know, people are playing old games from the previous in the year, trying to catch up on them and, you know, see any last things they need to consider. At least I do. I always like to do Game of the Year and do it right. And, yeah. I have some hopes, and, honestly, it wouldn't be that hard right now, to beat, Zelda for me, and get, like, ooh, there we go, hey. And get to the top 10 list, at least. Like, number 10, not that high of a hurdle this year. Interesting that you throw the spring up. Too soon for the GG. Too soon for the GG. Oh, you might be saying that after the previous section. Understandable, but another checkpoint. Spin jump. With that one, once the piranha plant dies, that platform is gonna, like, disappear, so really gotta move. Perfect, we did it. Let's go. Great level. A lot of fun platforming, and, you know, for a Kaizo Light, that difficulty looked about right. The third section looked easy. Maybe I made it look easy. Have you considered that it only looks easy? With the right hands? Maybe. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I would say that's just right. I would describe that as just right. I'm gonna hit complete and bring the next level up. Again, always feel free to get back in there, resubmit. Anyone who came in from the raid, feel free to submit a level. It goes without saying, it's a viewer level stream. You understand the concept, I'm sure, if you're coming from a stream that was also doing viewer levels. 06 is here, so good for it. Here's another card. I finished rewatching Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I forgot to put a rating on that like I usually do with anime cards, where I put a rating on it. It's a 5 out of 5 with a fucking heart. Goes without saying, that show is just, still even now, probably my favorite anime. Just my favorite series. It is phenomenal. It has such wonderful pacing. When you're just going through like the first part of it, you know, I'll say, like, when you're starting, it's like, oh, geez, it's kind of awkward. They really didn't give a fuck about the start of the show. They really are just like, yeah, okay, well, we got a new introduction that sort of introduces things. And now when you go to Lior, it's like, okay, here's a guy, we're gonna fight, bang, 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 okay, we're done. You know, they make it go by so fast, it feels inconsequential, because it basically is. They excise, all the filler from that show, and I do think it is wonderful. I do think that ends up being a good thing. I do think that ends up being something that I look at and go like, yeah, you know what, defensible. I would say that, like, you know, if I were making any changes, I would say, like, okay, make Lior a two-parter like in the original one. Make it so you do the introduction for the Mine Guy. Make it so that you also do the introduction for Barry the Chopper. Those episodes from the original anime. Were those originally arcs? You just finished Shangri-La? Nice. Yeah, I'm loving Shangri-La. I will say I got a whole thing of all a check-in with the seasonal anime coming up. So look forward to that. I think once it gets past that early time, and, you know, assuming that you've seen the original show, you're not really gonna mind breezing through the stuff. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Is that Minetta? Minata? Minati? Thank you. It's hard to read sometimes off the preview monitor. You know, I'm like a couch length away. Favorite OP ending. God, let me think. There's so many good ones. The original Ready Steady Go is just like a classic, but there's just a ton of fantastic ones on FMAB. I don't know I can decide off the top of my head without looking at a list and consulting them. What would you say? I'm sort of thinking about the second, I'm thinking about the first ED, the first ending theme. That's the one that comes to mind immediately. Geez, there's so many. The second opening is really good, where, like, it starts branching out from the original series. I remember the first time I watched it. Let's do this. I remember the first time I watched it, and, you know, when you watch the OP and the characters from Shing show up, and it's like, oh shit, there's new characters? And it's like, yeah, there's new fucking characters. And, you know, these new characters are, like, so important to the show. It's unbelievable, you know, coming from the original series, and just, like, how much it diverges at that point. It's delicious. Really enjoyed rewatching that whole thing. I did it, like, in record speed. Basically just, like, watching episode after episode after episode. It is a damn easy show to just binge. Especially if you watch the dub, which I'll say I'm sort of grandfathered in on the dub. I watch the sub of most shows these days, but, you know, Fullmetal Alchemist, that's what I watched as a kid, and I'm not changing it now, like 20 years later. It's grandfathered in. Favorite themes. I think, like, the whole climactic ending of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is just, like, one of the best... It's probably the best shonen ending that I know of. The best, like, final arc. Everything builds up to it, and it's just glorious. How... It's just glorious how badass everything is, how everything, like, you know, perfectly gives everyone, like, a couple of big last fights. And how all the themes come together as well. That last bit is pretty good, too. The only thing that, like, the ending is lacking is that, you know, especially in comparison to some current shows, in particular, I think of Dan to Dan, the romance parts... Romance was never, shown in strong suits, you know? That is definitely a series where the romance just is like, okay, these characters, when they look at each other, they sort of look away and blush, that's it. And it's like, that's fine, but, you know, when you've been watching Dan to Dan, I crushed myself, wow. You like the idea as the main enemy as the deadly sins? Yeah, that's always was a cool thing. A cool, detail. And I think that's probably the best version of that. There's other shows that have done that too. To less good effect, I would say. Oh, ReZero. You know what? ReZero. ReZero is like the second best. You know what? I'll say that's second best. I'm now remembering. There's the sin, the witches in what is it? What is that show called? The Seven Witches show. Nozaki-kun and the Seven Witches? Is that what it is? That show also has the sins as, like, Power's theme, and it works as that one as well. That one's probably the third best. You know what? I guess in my head I was thinking of the worst examples and just going like, yeah, Berserk of Gluttony. That's a poopy one. But no, there's some actual other good ones other than Fullmetal Alchemist. FMAB was not the first to do that, right? Okay, you can't activate that and not die in that way. We shouldn't do that again. FMAB was not the first, right? Probably wasn't. Shout out to Mr. Greed. Mr. Greed is, the fucking best. What can you say? I love Mr. Greed. All my homies love Mr. Greed. Salim Bradley is nice. That's a deep cut that people won't get because it's a reference to a podcast that you probably don't listen to. 5 grams of iron, the Yari Yari Boys Fullmetal Alchemist podcast that they did ages ago, years ago. Salim Bradley is nice. Very funny thing to say. If you've seen the podcast, I guess. Probably not as funny out of context. I don't know, maybe it's funny. I'd like to think it sounds funny. Human transmutation is interesting? Yes. I like the scene where the guy is like, do you know why human transmutation is banned? And he gives the actual reason. That's just a goddamn good scene. I like the scene with General Raven. General Raven, Admiral Raven. Thank you, Mysterious Star, for submitting. I like the scene where Armstrong, Raven, you know? That scene is just like the most badass thing. That's just kicks so much fucking ass. Oh my god. Favorite character. Oh man, I want to say Mr. Greed so bad. I want to say Greed. The Armstrongs, though, both of them, they're up there as well. The handshake moments, phenomenal, phenomenal. The Briggs soldiers are so fun. Drummond has like a couple moments, and those moments are all good. Everyone is so good. Maze Hughes, can't forget Maze Hughes. I want to say Mr. Greed. I want to say Greed. That scene where, you know, with the corridor, with the incline, you know, that scene with Mr. Greed where he's like this. You know the one if you've seen the show. That scene. God damn. Such cool dude shit. Such cool dude shit. That was close. I could gush about Fullmetal Alchemist all day, I'll say. And I could if you want me to, hey. I feel like we could talk about arcs. Scar is great. I am low-key thinking about if I should go just, like, watch the original series now. I mean, like, why not, right? Like, I went through this one so quick. There's, like, less of the original series, right? And I do think the original series was, like, great. It's just, you know, where Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood gets better as it goes until it's, like, peak entertainment. Which volume is best? I don't know the I'll say I'm not a big manga reader, so I can't speak to the manga. I've read a few mangas, but not that much shonen specifically, I guess. Come to think of it. Very, very rarely do I read manga, and never Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, but I think it gets better as it goes. I think the final arc is the best arc. The secret of, like, the Philosopher's Stone and, like, the overall plot is just, some top-tier intrigue as far as, like, okay, well... am I boned? You have a particular episode that you watch a lot. Like I said, the bit with Raven, if there's like a moment that I would like to see again and again, it would be the badass scene where like Armstrong and Raven, that thing happens. I'll be vague. Fort Briggs, Armstrong, Raven. You get it? You get it. When the music starts playing, my god, that is some just the coolest shit. The coolest goddamn shit. She is like, just so wonderful and so fun as like a merciless, cold hard, brutal character, you know? She doesn't fuck around. She doesn't suffer fools. I love her. I love the disdain she has for her brother as well. That is just, phenomenal. Hey, a checkpoint. Hell yeah. Shit. It's been a level, huh? We got through. This is an interesting boss arena because these guys are just gonna keep thrusting into the arena until I beat this fella. And there's nothing I can do about that because they're just sort of, you know, in the way. But, very doable, very manageable. And, perfect time as well. Weird that I can't jump off this. Oh, but I don't have to. GG. Yes. Thank you for the level 06I. Let me hit, complete and end timer. I haven't rewatched that Fullmetal Alchemist in a minute, and I'll say, like, whenever I finish an anime, Lord Bowser is up next. Whenever I finish an anime, Lord Bowser, please confirm. Whenever I finish an anime, I like to do, on the annual list, I like to write, like, a letterbox style review. And it turns out I had not written such a review for FMAB before. I just wrote a masterpiece and left it at that. So I had to write, like, a paragraph about what my favorite anime in the world when I finished it, and that was a little bit daunting, I felt like. I don't know, like, shit, man. It's like, how many times do you write up why your favorite anime is your favorite anime? Like, how do you do that justice in a paragraph? And I hope that I managed it, and whilst also covering, like, the problems with it, like it's, you know, first season, which admittedly, or it's its first part. Everything's good about it? Yeah, that about sums it up. It's a masterpiece, full stop, is the log line on that, of that, letterbox style review. I thought it was funny to put full stop in there, because Fullmetal Alchemist, you get it? I always enjoy putting some sort of flourish like that in there, if I can manage to have an ironic turn of phrase due to the subject matter of the thing. That is just perfect to me. That is irresistible as things go. What is this? Okay, so is this a bonus thing? I think this means this is optional, then. Like an optional area, a little bonus, okay. Very cool. I might watch regular FMAB. I'm kind of not watching anything else at the moment, so, you know, it'd be an easy thing to put on in the background while, you know, not listening to podcasts. You can't do podcasts and TV at the same time. Playing games, things of that nature. It's always good to have something that you're going through like that, and, I'll say honestly, that does explain how fast I got through it, just using it as a thing. Did I watch the original OG before Brotherhood? Not this time, but back in the day, yeah, man, I watched it when it was on Adult Swim. Hey, Trainer Derek, how's it going? Watched it back when it was on Adult Swim there. And I loved it when it was on Adult Swim, don't get me wrong. I love that shit. It was one of my favorites on Adult Swim. I think one of the things that is, like, hard to explain without, you know, talking about how it's a reboot, you know, is to say something to the effect of, like, okay, well, it was my favorite anime of Adult Swim's era, right? And then they made it 100 times better. They made it have, like, a coherent ending, and one that it sort of spent the whole time building up to. A lot of these things are hard to put into the context of a review because, like, okay, well, you would sort of have to explain how Shonen was made before Brotherhood, and, you know, how Brotherhood, I feel like, was part of big change in Shonen. Hey, we finished it. Great level, Bowser. Fun ghost rooftop? Fun ghost escapade, I guess. You sort of have to explain that, like, yeah, before Brotherhood, they used to make anime before the manga was written. You know, and they used to just truck on. They used to just be like, okay, well, we're out of material, but we can't wait for 5 years for this to finish, can we? Can we? And, you know, Brotherhood came back 5 years later and was like, oh, well, it would be 100 times better if we had, so let's just redo it from the top, using the same actors, using the same slightly improved artwork. Great level, Lord Bowser. Let's come back and do it with slightly better artwork, and, the same actors, and, you know, and just right that wrong, and oh my god, it's just a million times better, and I think since then, it has been pretty clear of like, okay, I feel like Fullmetal Alchemist into Brotherhood is the start of, okay, we're not gonna do fillers, we're not going to, like, make the anime last 100 hours. Thank you for the level, I'm gonna hit complete. We're just going to do it. Eric is up. Eric has been chatting, so yeah. Is present. We're not gonna do it as they come, we're going to adapt it as the material is done. And it's gonna be 100 times better as a result, and have, like, a minimum of filler, a minimum of anime-exclusive, plot developments, a minimum of all those things, and everyone's gonna love it. It's either that or Fullmetal or My Hero Academia. I guess you could say that Brotherhood was, like, the most clear, like, holy shit. They fucked up bad, didn't they? Didn't they? Okay, fuck, wow. The difference is, like, night and day. And then and then, like, My Hero Academia was the first one to be like, yeah, this works. You can do, like, a season a year, and you could do that for, like, 10 years, and it's great. Everyone loves it. Okay. And what's more, you have the king of anime for 10 years. You're the king for 10 years. What the fuck? Why wouldn't you do it this way? That's perfect, actually. That's really great. After this one, we'll do the other anime card that I have. But yeah, I think that goes without saying that, like, things have changed massively since then, and between Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and My Hero Academia, I'll say My Hero Academia, I love it a lot as well. I do think it's a little overlong compared to FMAB. One of the things that is worth noting about FMAB is it is a clean 60 episodes and out. 64 episodes and out. I will say, I think they should have done like 70 episodes, add like 6 more, especially towards the start, to really, like, you know, not speedrun that area. You know, not assume that everyone saw the original, perhaps, but, you know, I think the pacing of it is excellent, and it's all killer, no filler. It's all killer, no filler. Every episode advances the plot, and that's wonderful. It kind of reminds me a little bit of, not an anime, but, the show I think about is Korra, which also, every episode of that... Okay, we need to, like, swim fast here. We need to swim really fast. Every episode of Korra advances the plot, and this one does too. Speaking of Korra, y'all see that they, details leaked about that, Korra show? Like or not Korra show, the next Bender show. Apparently it's post-apocalyptic, and the earthbending girl, she has a prosthetic limb. Which, you know, people are kind of like, getting all... People on, like, the anti-woke people are getting all up in arms about the new Avatar having a prosthetic leg. Is it a spoiler to say that? No, it's not. It can't be. But, you know, everyone loves Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, the series about, Edward Elric, who famously has a prosthetic leg and a prosthetic arm. I guess it's different if they're magic robot arms, maybe, that, like, move when you move them. And also, he can do cool things with them. You think if, like, Fullmetal Alchemist had come out, like, now, people would be going, like, oh my god, I can't believe they put this disabled character and had, like, his disability front and center. Oh my god, this is so woke. You know, there are some stuff in there that is like that, too. Like, where, okay, he has to deal with his arm breaking, and now he doesn't have an arm now. He has to work with that. You know, like, or, you do have to go see your mechanic every now and again. I guess it's weird that it's a mechanic and not like a... What are the people that make prosthetics called? They're not mechanics in real life. It's not like automail. You have to see your doctor and make sure that you're not gonna bleed from there or whatever. I don't know, having a prosthetic leg is like metal, is like cool. It used to be pretty cool. And you can do some great stuff with it, like if she's able to like earthbend it or something, like that seems potentially very cool. She can metal bend her own leg for reasons, I guess. I don't know. Shit. Like really, you gotta wonder like why it's not like a full-on like automail situation. You know, and instead it's more like a realistic one. Maybe that's the complaint? It's 'cause it's a girl? Quite possibly. What's more, a black girl. A black girl in particular. Not, they're not the biggest fans, you know? Not the biggest fans of that. Korra was a black girl, too. So, I don't know. The people who complain about, wokeness, they, contain multitudes, perhaps. They are not entirely consistent. They are not serious people. Let's be fair here. I mean, I guess I'm not being fair explicitly. Let's be real. There we go. That's what we're being. Breaking Bad, another show that, everything advances with every episode. I love shows that are no killer, that are all killer, no filler. In general, that is just a delight. You know, I also occasionally love a Monster of the Week type show, like Star Trek Voyager, things of that nature. Don't know why Star Trek Voyager is my go-to there. There's plenty of other Monster of the Week type things. I mean, I guess I'm thinking about the shows I loved as a youth, and like that and Buffy are definitely like the Monster of the Week shows. I mean, I guess I could think of like an anime example if I wanted to, but yeah. I don't have to. No one's making me. I hope that new Avatar is a lot like the, is a lot like Korra. It's kind of fucked up that it's, post-apocalyptic, like, geez, what the hell happened after Korra? What the hell happened after Korra that we're in Fallout territory now? That's dicked up. Hey, Eric, I haven't finished the level yet. I got close, though. As you can see. I mean, you can see part of that. I have high hopes for that Avatar series, let me say. I was never the biggest Avatar person, I'll say. I didn't watch the original cartoon when it aired. I watched Korra first. And as a result, you know, when I went back and saw Avatar, I was like, okay, well, this is a lot more Monster of the Week. It's a lot less plot-heavy. It's a lot less serious of a show. And for me, I think I like the more like heavy stuff that Korra gets into, and the more plot-driven nature of it versus like Avatar's, you know, show for children. It's a show for children. Let's be like fair about it. Let's be honest about it. Of course, it's gonna be like not too serious.
Oh,
Dang it.
no.
Really need to time that properly. Still have time, don't worry. F in the chat, that's right, there was a game over there. Thank you for the F. I appreciate it. I have high hopes for that, let me say. Is there anything else I could talk about that I don't have a card for before I pull the, Yeah, it's a fair life count. It's a fair life count. Before I pull the next card, which is going to be like a big one. I can't just do right now.
Oh, no.
What other things are going on, I guess? Well, I'll say I'm still watching Better Call Saul. Still watching Better Call Saul at the rate of like 1 or 2 episodes a week. With the I watch that with my folks when I go over for family dinner on like you know, Saturdays or whatever. We watch an episode of that as well as like any other shows that we want to watch. There's another one that I have a card for, but Better Call Saul, I just finished we just finished season 2. That is a good plot development at the end of season 2. Solid. I think that season 2, I said last week, I think season 2 is like there we go. I think season 2 like here we go, here we go, here we go. Very good. Are we safe here? I think season 2 is a little slow to start. Or, not slow to start, but... Yeah! There we go. I think season 2... Thanks for the friend request, I'll look at that later. I think season 2 is a little slow to start. Not slow to start, geez, let me back up. Season 2 of Better Call Saul. The whole arc with him working at the other law firm. It's basically like Gray Matter, the episode of Breaking Bad, but it's like 5 episodes long. They probably spent too much time on that. I feel like, in general, Better Call Saul is like a little too slow compared to original Breaking Bad, but I don't know. There's a lot of it I haven't seen because I sort of got tired of waiting when it wasn't on Netflix for years and years and sort of fell off during that span. Lost interest, but as I've been like rewatching it, eventually I'll get to the stuff I haven't seen before, and hopefully that'll be rad. Hopefully I'll be like really impressed, and you know, I'll regret my words and deeds of not having seen that show. Let me end the timer and hit complete and bring up the next one. The mysterious star. The mysterious star. You are up. The mysterious star. Sounds spooky. We've probably seen a mysterious star before. Probably someone I played many a level from. Let me do the next card, which is the other anime card that I have, which is basically like, hey, the anime season is ending soon. I think like the first proper show that was like full length that ends like a week from now or in the next week. So how about a little show of, why don't I just show off my current work in progress tier list and check in like how the season has gone, because you know, I'll say like this season has been a weird one insofar as you know, when when it started, I was in Japan, so I got really far behind, and I took like halfway into the season before I was caught up. I had tried everything, and I got caught up on all the episodes. As a result, You know, there kind of was a whole big period where I was just being like, okay, yeah, I've watched 100 shows. Here's all the thoughts on them. And then no, like, mid-season checkup, which I usually try to do at some point. Merry Christmas to you as well, Mysterious Star. Hey, there you are. Perfect. So let me show some tier lists that I have. In particular, I have here, um, S through F, the shows I'm watching, and I'm watching quite a damn few. In S, I have put Dan to Dan, Blue Box, 2.5D Seduction. Those three, I would say, are the top three, and the ones I expect to put on the top 10 list. Today's 2.5D Seduction episode was phenomenal, I've thought. The whole season, it's just gotten better and better as it's gone on, as more characters have been introduced. I am looking at that and wondering, like, how high on my top 10 can it get? Maybe it should be very high. Dan the Dan also phenomenal. Blue Box, fantastic romance. Negative positive angler is a lot of fun. 365 days to the wedding, low key, a very comfy, cute little romance thing. Look Back is a whole, it's like a triumph, I guess. Shangri-La Frontier is so badass, probably the most badass action thing this season. Even more badass than Dan to Dan, I guess. And certainly the best VR MMO anime that anyone's done, I think. Over Bofuri? Maybe, yeah, I think so. I mean, as far as cool factor goes, for sure. And they're doing some good stuff with that. Or really interesting, really solid, and Ranma. You know what? These are not in order. You know what? I'll say these are not in order. Actually, let me be clear. These are not in order. Ranma, actually, Danadan, Ranma, and 2.5D Seduction. Those are the top three. I forgot about Ranma going through the list. Really enjoying seeing Ranma for the first time since I never saw the original show back in the day. For A+, I put Demon Lord 2099. That's been a delight. Trillion Game has gone in some incredible directions. Some incredible directions that has. Magaluminaire is just a really solid magical girl thing that treats it like companies. Acro Trip is just like really fun characters doing some lighthearted magical girl bullshit. And ReZero, yeah, it's ReZero. It doesn't have any payoff yet, so it's not like, ReZero at its best, but it's had its moments. It's had some incredible stuff so far, and I'm looking forward to the payoff next year, next season. In A+, I'm putting Mecha Ude. That's been quite fun. Sengoku Yoku, which I think has picked up since the first core, tremendously. Appraisal Isekai, which is perfectly good, and Grieving Soul, which is a bit of fun, I would say. I would describe that as a bit of fun. In B, I'm putting Blue Lock, which has had production issues, but has been like perfectly fine to watch, just like plot-wise and such. It's just that the production issues have become so goddamn distracting. Villainous goes down in history, which also has some production quality issues, but is pretty damn fun as far as like, oh, that's a villainous who wants to be a villainous. Yakuza Fiance, I feel like, is losing me a little bit, but the characters in that are still really kick-ass and cool, and I like how much gumption the girl in that has. The fiance, or fiance can be one or the other, right? The bride-to-be, and Gun Gale Online is like fine. Honestly, Gun Gale Online might fall from B to C, honestly, if the current arc doesn't get good. If it doesn't get like significantly better. I think that the comparison to Shangri-La Frontier is not a flattering one. Gun Gale Online is the Sword Art Online spin-off, where it's a gun-based game. In C, I'm putting Do Over Damsel, which is kind of a mess, but it's kind of fun, and the characters are cute. I wish there was less of an age gap between them. I'll say that much. Even if she is reincarnated, it is weird that she is a child bride. Sumasho, speaking of child brides, has gone some weird directions with that. Sumo Show, the concept is that the main character, his wife dies and gets reincarnated as a 10-year-old girl. And they go in some weird, uncomfortable directions with that, and I wish they hadn't done. I wish it had just been lighthearted and, like, affirming. Spirit Chronicles is, like, low-key okay, perfectly fine. Dragon Isekai is a little bit of a bland mess, but you like a character or two. And Stories of Girls is just, like, very mid. Uzumaki is a disaster, and Tower God is a even bigger disaster. Those two are disasters. Suffice it to say. And that's the season. That's where I'm at. You know, we'll see if shows end well or whatever. They could go up, they could go down. And also I'll say, like, I'll be honest, when I'm looking at tiers, I'm definitely trying to, like, balance them, right? It's like, okay, well, if I got 4 in every tier from A to B, then I can't just take one and move it down and have 3 in one and 5 in the other. It's like, no, I should move one up. One has to move up now. And, you know, that definitely influences the distribution of things, to be clear. But, I will stand by the decisions in the end. However that ends up, it'll be good. The shows are about to end starting, like, next week, so that'll be fun. Let's do it. Hey, this is a Christmas level. Hell yeah. That's great. You know, I do have a card or two. I wonder, is that the next card? I'm asking myself as if you would know. No, not by a long shot. There's some cards later about how it's Christmas time. Now, in fact, let me zoom out a little bit. This is a Christmas shirt. That's right. You know, it's the time of year where I can break out the Christmas shirts again. Ain't that delightful? Ooh. Oh, it's fun to spring off springs. Fun to take snowballs and hit them into things. I like your candy canes. They look really nice. Okay. At this point, it just becomes some hills and stuff, and that's all right. But you know, the candy canes are the real star of the show here. These are nice candy canes. Cozy level. That's right. That's where it is. It is named Candy Caves. That's a good name. It's a good name. A Christmas contest level. Hope you did all right. I like Christmas levels in games and Christmas games as well, like the second costume quest, which was Christmas themed. It's a fun theme. I think a Freeze Easy Peak. That one is just right up there. I'm gonna hit complete and end the timer. And give me a second to pull up the next one. There we go. Rock Party got one in. Oh, hey, Rock Party. I didn't see you submit it there. But let's go. Suppose this is one that you sourced from elsewhere. Let me do another card. Keep talking about stuff. I watched the first episode of Penguin. Watched the first episode of Penguin, the show about the Penguin as a crime lord. I didn't realize it was a follow-up to The Batman, which is a movie I really didn't like. I thought it was really boring. So when seeing, like, the cringe Riddler appear, I thought that was like a bit shit. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. We're the lightning round. Should we start the lightning round now? We should start the lightning round now. I said 7. I said 7:40. It's 7:45 right now. This is exactly the right time do it. Let's go. Folks, it's time for the lightning round. In the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for Twitch subs. And those extra heads come in the form of these bonus guys here that can be a lot of different things. They're random. Also, the first level of the night gets them gratis. I already did a card right before the lightning round started because I forgot, so I guess I should continue talking about the penguin. I chuckled at that message, Trainer Derek. I've already depicted you as the cringe Riddler and myself as the Chad Penguin. Yeah, that's kind of my impression so far. He is the Chad Penguin, the cringe Riddler. Yeah, I don't like to see him. The Riddler should wear green shirts, green suits that have question marks on them. That's the Riddler. That's the design. If you're embarrassed, I don't know, man. Get a different villain then. What the fuck? That's not important. The Penguin seems pretty okay. The weird thing about it is that the Penguin is definitely for sure a cartoon villain. You know, he's a cartoon villain. I saw comparisons to, like, Sopranos and was expecting sort of something like that. But, you know, Tony wouldn't necessarily be just like, I'm here to steal your gold. And then, you know, I mean, I guess similar events have happened in The Sopranos with, like, Paulie and, such, for what it is worth, but he is definitely for sure a cartoon villain. Just literally feeling okay saying things like, yeah, I would kill you. Let's just do it. Whatever, man. Should I kill you? Should I not kill you? Like, he's just upfront with it in a way that's weird. Relative to, you know, the more serious, grounded world of The Sopranos. This is definitely a cartoon. But also, he has a mother, like in The Sopranos, and you get a little bit of, like, maneuvering, similar to, like, how Tony maneuvered his uncle into the lightning rod in the first season of Sopranos. Like, that's sort of the thing that they're doing now. And I've seen the first episode, just the first episode, by the way. That's sort of the thing it's going for, and I think that is interesting. I think that is neat. I think it has some real potential. And, what should we do, Rock Party? How about the speedrun? What we got here? Let's look at these clear rates. It's a little low. That's pretty good. You shell what the rock is cooking. Mankind's boiler room. Hisses and honey. I am definitely gonna watch more of that show, and I'll say, like, my dad. I watched this last weekend with my dad, with my folks. My dad texted me to be like, okay, which do you want to watch when you visit, Dune or Penguin? And I said, Penguin, and I gave him the okay to go watch Dune because I don't know, I'm not really feeling Dune. I feel like it's a little long-winded. I feel like I'm falling asleep a little bit watching that. I'm not really feeling it as well. Do the shell jump one? Which one? The People's Shellbow? The People's Shellbow, how about? Unless you mean Tech Talk jump into me. We've done this one before, though. Oh, but the clear rate is pretty good. Okay, let's do this one then. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch more Dune. I'm feeling good about the amount that I've watched so far. And meanwhile, I think I will watch more Penguin. That's where I'm at with those shows. I'll say it's not like a, oh my god, I'm so excited, I can't wait to see the next episode of Pengy. It's more like, yeah, I'll watch another episode of that. That's fine. I don't know. I don't watch as many live-action shows, perhaps, as most people. You know, I watch so much anime. That's where I'm spending all my time. You know, that's where I spend all my like my free disposable television time is spent on 20-minute anime rather than 40-minute dramas. And you know, I think that's fun. I think that's good. It suits me a little better. The thing about a drama is it's 40 minutes long. Sometimes even longer than that. Maybe more like an hour long. And, you can watch a lot more anime in an hour than you can dramas. You know what I mean? It's a lot more economical to watch anime, time-wise, and, it suits my attention span better, perhaps, as well. I should follow the indicator better. There we go. Close. Okay, we can do this. Maybe we have to also release the jump button. At like the release point. Maybe like release and then rehold shortly after. A little bit of nuance to that. There we go. Fantastic. What is this one? I don't know this one. Is that... What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Oh, I see. Land on the thing where the indicator is. Gotcha. I've never seen this shell jump before. This is a new one to me. Have y'all seen this shell jump before? It's a neat one. I'll give you that. You've seen it before? Well, I'll see what I can do. I'm not like best top tier Mario Maker player, but I'll try. I can try. There we go. How about that one? This down? I've seen this one before. Ayo, that's right. Ayo, indeed. Ayo, indeed. Ayo, indeed. That's a pretty good name for a stream name, I'll say. Apropos of nothing. Let's give us something to celebrate. Oh, also, you know what? Let me reset my timer. And we won't count this towards the lives. That's fine. We should just to make sure our timer is refreshed. This first level is probably gonna take a bit, considering that a timeout does count for as many seconds as we have on the clock, and because it's the first level, we have 2 extra lives, so that's gonna make it so that this will have to be like 2 timeouts, right? Maybe? I don't know. Was that so hard? Was that hard? It was manageable to me. We're doing this worse than we did the first time. We need to kick it. There we go. I need to release the jump button there. This is a fun little level. I like the variety in shell jump setups. I don't see them. I don't do that many of them. But today, we might end up doing all of them. We might end up doing all the shell jumps. We'll see, though. Okay. That one seems pretty far from the wall to be possible. Am I misunderstanding? Nope, that's 100% possible. That works. That's good. We're losing our Shelmet now. Oh, okay, well, this part might be the end of us, though, because we no longer have... We no longer have the health. We no longer have a freebie here. Now, we have to throw one up, jump off one, and then jump off the other. I'm not sure, like, the specific timing of it. Like, if you need to jump up and throw, or just throw upwards from, like, the ground or something. Throw upwards, then do the shell jump. Let's relax. Make it happen. I think that's the key. Throw up from the ground. Not like that. Not like that. Okay. That was pretty good. Hey, Ratchet Toad, how you doing? Ah. We're getting there. This is possible. This is possible. We need to be farther from the wall. We need to be farther from the wall on that second jump. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level. I should enunciate better. We did 2 jumps there, but it wasn't good enough. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay. Let's just reset that. Two jumps, not good enough there. What was that? You'd never get this? I don't know. It's not that terribly precise. It's just 2 in a row. I think there's versions of this that are like 5 in a row or something, or like an impossible amount of ones in a row. Okay, okay. We just need the height. We just need... Ah, if that first throw had been right. 06i is saying it's not as hard as it looks. We'll see about that. If I had been the right distance there, that would have been it. I think I need to do like a small jump before throwing the first one. Like that. Dang it. 2 lives left. But we might not, you know, they might last. Well. I think the trick is you gotta, like, internalize the distance at which to do the jump. You know, internalize the distance, get that dialed in, and you should be good. This is our last try. Can we make this jump? What? That was the last try. We're all out of tries. What the? That wasn't nice. Thank you, Rock Party, for the level. I'll say I did all the shell jumps successfully. No one can say that I didn't. All the shell jumps. All of them. All of the shell jumps were done. Successfully. Eventually. It's almost as good as finishing. I don't boo levels. Ratchet Toad. I'll say, you can always feel free to submit again, Rock Party, if you want to make me do that again. I'm gonna hit this miss, and we're gonna go to the next one. I can't believe it. I can't believe that. I'm shook. Wow. 06i is up. 06i is here. Let's get those lives up and do another card. Did you hear about Secret Level reviews and such? Secret Level is that, like, machinima type series where it's like, oh, it's like cinematics from the world of various games. It sort of got like some heat because it turns out like, oh, they're doing a Concord episode, and then Concord got like axed before the show even came out. Do the world? Okay, cool. It sounds like kind of a dull machinima. A dull machinima series where like everything is just like a whole bunch of flashy fighting scenes and that's it. No substance. All style. I saw a great like breakdown. Peaks and valleys. Good looking out, Trainer Derek. That's gonna be a good clip, I bet. Thank you. Post that in the Discord. There's a whole channel for clipping, which I have filled up with all the clips that I make from my channel. That'll be a good one. I should do that as a short before too long. Now that it's made especially. I'll see if I want more of it. We'll see. I might edit that later. Depends on, like, you know, I like... Whatever. What was I fucking saying? Secret Level. It seems like, from what people are saying, it seems kind of like a machinima series, right? Where it's just like game cutscenes. And as far as Concord goes, they called it an extended version of the trailer that was like a cinematic trailer that... Remember that trailer from E3 that no one was impressed by? I say E3. From Summer of Gaming that no one was impressed by? Apparently, this is like a longer version of that, which is just laughable. You know, oh yeah, the trailer that everyone was like, okay, this is like some sort of Overwatch, but not as fun, not as charming. Okay. When is the next trailer starting? If you want like a 20-minute version of that, I don't know, is it 20 minutes? If you want like a 22 hour-long version of that, maybe check out Secret Level, I guess. Looks like a disaster to me, I don't know. I'm guessing I do like to watch the streams of some streamers like Dan Reichert who like to do watch parties where like everyone in a stream watches the thing at once. I gotta imagine it's gonna be so cringe that eventually someone will we will watch that through like a watch party as part he will watch that and I will watch his stream because I'm a big fan of his and I will see that I will eventually see it that way, but oh boy, it sounds miserable to me and like super boring too. Apparently they reimagined Pac-Man, but like a Bomberman Xbox Live Arcade style version of Pac-Man. That's dumb. Don't do that. Just make it Pac-Man. Don't be weird. That whole edgy version of a character thing, that ship sailed. No one was into that. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, no one's into that now. I think that's laughable. Moving on. Let's do the thing. Super World, yeah? Yeah. Let's see now. Great, we're on to the castle. If you got better at shell jumps, we would make a level with it. Only so far made a shell jump tutorial. Yeah, not really. That's not really my jam as far as that goes. If anything, I would do like a Kaizo Lights, where the gimmick would be like, oh yeah. I mean, if I was doing anything, I would do a Kaizo Light style level where the gimmick was put, throw a shell, jump off the shell once it's like, you know, once it's like at the end of the line or something. Similar to like some light Kaizos do. That'd be how I would do it. But, you know, that's just me. That's just me and, my traditional, mostly, style. I don't know, I've never really had that much success with, like, non-traditional levels. I feel like, in Mario Maker 1, I definitely made a couple more levels that were not traditional in nature. And they never had the reception that the traditional ones did. You know, I think that a hard-ass troll... These levels are great for streamers, but does the modern person... Does like the common person seek out a hard-as-balls or troll level, or like evil level? I don't know. Maybe I should consider making some more levels that are like that, though. I don't know. It's always good to have some variety. And it is true that I've never made a level that required a shell jump. That is just a true statement. Oh, I see. We need to jump off the fireballs. Oh, wow. You can just ground pound them immediately and they die? Wow. You play troll levels for fun? It was for an hour today. On stream or just for fun? You like traditional levels, but it's what most course parts are made for? That is also true, yeah. I am not a shell jump expert, but I'll say again, I did the shell jumps. They were not enough. The shell jumps were not enough there. Alas. I'm still shell shook. I'm still shell shook from that. Maybe that's too close to shell shock. I'm still shell shook. As far as that goes. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. We completed it, right? Yes, good. Let's play the next one by Jamie Michael. I'll say again, hey Rock Party, if you or anyone, if anyone wants to submit that thing again, I think I could do it on a second try. Wouldn't it be fun to complete it as one of the things at the end of the night? Maybe. Wouldn't that be triumphant? Oh, it's a happy thought. It's a happy thing to imagine. Optimistic, perhaps. Jamie, on the YouTube side, go ahead and confirm. Get in chat there and say anything, and I will give you the full assortment of lives. Shout to PBS's YouTube. I just wanted to shout them out because, you know, I kind of like their content. I like Eons. I like the biology. I like both the space-time and the Eons. Those various shows that they do. And all the good work that they do in putting out some of the best, just like educational type content around. And it's interesting, and you know, it's far more interesting than anything we had back in the day, right? Like, I would say even more compelling and well put together and educational than like your best tapes from my past, you know, from like when I was in high school, right? Or the best Bill Nye episode. I would say Space Time has a beat, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a child anymore. Maybe a wacky skit does better for kids than just genuinely interesting information about dinosaurs and space time and things of that nature. Kind of wanted to shout them out because there was some news basically being like, oh yeah, PBS, that's getting defunded. That's getting defunded by the incoming administration, which I think is a shame. I don't know how that works as far as like, you know, they're gonna keep on being able to produce all the stuff that they produce, whatever. But in any case, I just wanted to express my appreciation for what they do. And I'd say, like, of the cable channels that I know about, they're the one that has been the most relevant to me in the age of YouTube. You know, like, they have pivoted to YouTube extremely well, a lot better than like anyone else I can think of, like any other network, who seem to mostly just like post their news clips and be like, hey, this is our news show. We're Fox and shit, you know, we're Fox and Friends. This is we're covering the news on our YouTube channel. And it's like, well, that's not really how I would like to get it. So I think I will pass. I like I think their stuff is just a lot more better. Shout out to them. I don't see Jamie, so I'm gonna put into sudden death. Let's try the very hard level, I guess. This one takes skill to beat. We already played the one that you submitted, Jamie, so that's why we're doing a different one. If you say anything, I'll have 2 more tries, or 3 more tries. I'll put you in the regular lightning round. I'm guessing we have to go forward here. I mean, really, it could have been the first door, but I'm kind of doubting that's the case. I'm thinking going forward is the answer. I'm not sure here. Like, I don't think we can spin jump far enough. Kind of looks like we have to...
Oh, no.
That's a precision trick. Couldn't do it in the 2 tries, unfortunately. But, Jamie, go ahead and... If you say anything, I'll give you more tries than that, Jamie. Up to you. Let me take a drink of my water. And I'll say, by the way, if the next person wants to confirm, that's Lord Bowser. Oh, Lord Bowser's been chatting. Lord Bowser's good for it. Let me do another card and give Jamie another second here while I start talking about the next card, which is like, hey, it's fucking Christmas. It's fucking Christmas time again. In particular, I kind of wanted to look back on a little bit of an issue I've had insofar as I like to clip up the streams that I do, right? I like to clip them up for memorable moments, for like clippable moments, for things that will be good to have in perpetuity and like have on the Twitch clip system, or to turn into YouTube shorts, which I've been doing for the last half year or so, maybe a little more at this point. And a problem that I had was that there were some streams last year that were very topical, and I didn't clip them in time. Like this one in particular, the viewer level stream called Christmas Style, which was around Christmas and had some real discussion of like, hey, it's Christmas time. How about that? A Christmas level is nice. And, you know, thoughts of that nature that age terribly once it becomes January. But now, here's the trick. Here's the good thing. We've gone around the loop. Now it's December again. Now it's Christmas time again. And now, the clips from this stream, they're clippable again. They're clippable again. They're not out of place. I can clip them, and then no one will know that they're a year old. And it won't be obvious when you see the clips, when you see the YouTube shorts. It's good. It's good. And yeah, you really need to go clip that sometime before December ends. You know, and also I probably need to take some effort to make sure streams like this one are also clipped up on account of, you know, a little bit of topical content. I mean, that's true of anything where topical content comes up, I guess I should say. And I don't really know if anything here is, like, super topical other than there was the one level with the candy canes, which... very good candidate to be the thumbnail, by the way. That's just simply a very good thumbnail, I think. What winter anime looks good? I don't really look ahead that much at the upcoming shows. Rock, I usually like to play it by ear and to see them as they come. But, I will say they have announced that, you can get that level back into queue if you want, by the way. I will say, I do know that, in addition to ReZero being back for another season, and, I think Trillionaire game is going on. And what else is going on? What is that one show that's going on? Shangri-La Frontier is going on into winter. I'll tell you, there's something to it when you're watching a show and it ends and you go like, oh, it's near the end of the season. And then you look at it on AniList and it has 25 episodes and you're like, yeah, there's fucking 15 more episodes of Trillion Game. There's a whole bunch more Blue Box. There's let's see now. Shangri-La Frontier, Orb. All that shit is continuing. I hope Ranma keeps going. 100 Girlfriends? Yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to the most. Apothecary Diaries is back? Holy shit. That's, Jesus, that's a stacked season. 100 Girlfriends, Apothecary Diaries. I fell off Solo Leveling. I didn't... it wasn't really clicking with me. Maybe I should have given it more of a chance, but it was kind of mid, I guess. I don't know. It was kind of, like, not fun as a show, I guess. I like shows that are more fun and upbeat, and not just dreary and miserable. I like to watch anime and feel good. I guess. I don't know, that's just me. I know people like it. I guess. We all have different tastes, I guess. 100 Girlfriends, I'm so excited. That's was my anime of the year last year, and, Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me hit this miss and bring up the next level. Which is, again, it's Lord Bowser, so we know who it is. And we know that is good for it. Lord Bowser, you're up. It's nice that it's Christmas time again. I'll say it's you know, like I said, wearing the shirts again. I have these long sleeve shirts, and most of them are Christmas themed. Most of them are like Yeti designs that have like Christmas designs on them. And I don't do like sweaters without a zipper, so instead I get like long sleeve versions of their t-shirts that have like these designs on them. And I find that that's just like, you know, it's the season when you need these anyway, so might as well. I will say, when it stops being Christmas, when January rolls around, if ever I need a long sleeve shirt, it's a little awkward because all my long sleeves are, have Christmas stuff on it, like over half of them. But, you know, for this month, not like, shit, man, I can wear this shirt as much as I want. It's a shirt you can wear, for now. Limited time shirt opportunity, you understand. It's a limited time shirt opportunity. That would be that's not a bad VOD name either, except it's so... It almost suggests there's like a contest or something. That's deceptive. That's like, not in the... That's like, a bad idea, like, untoward style. I remember these clouds and the note block gimmick. That's really good theming right there, making it so that you're bouncing off the clouds. Oh right, and it's a sunset. That's the gimmick here.
Oh no!
Oh, and you have all the lives, so let's get them all set up. This is not that hard, it's just, you know, we gotta not get impatient, I guess. And also be good. Use skill. I can handle all the shell jumps, I should be able to handle this. Is there anything else coming back next season? Other than those three, oh, fuck.
Oh no!
Are there any other anime coming back next season, 06i? There's not like a Dr. Stone or like, what else is due? Chainsaw Man, when is that coming back? That's a movie, right? That's doing a movie, I think. Shadow, Eminence and Shadow is doing a movie as well. Dr. Stone is back? Ooh. And Toilet Bound Hanako. I watched the original show of that and then found the spin-off to be very dull. I really didn't enjoy the spin-off, like the short anime spin-off of that show. So I'm not sure how to feel about the second season of that, but I guess I'll watch it. It's I usually try to watch shows that I watched the original show of and didn't hate. And I didn't hate that. I actually quite liked the original
Oh no!
run of it. Isn't Dr. Stone like the final thing? Isn't it like the final season of Dr. Stone or something? What's going on with that? Movies tend to take a while, 06i. And especially not only for them to come out, but them to come out in America. I missed that My Hero Academia movie, the fourth one. Apparently was in theaters in August. I didn't know that. I guess I need to see that at some point. Whenever it's available on home release or on Crunchyroll, someone let me know, I guess. I don't know. Was it a good one? movies have 6-episode lengths, you thought they'd come quicker. They put some money into those. It's like a production values thing. I don't know. It's like they let loose on the special effects. I think they get more budget as well. It's unclear to me how that all shakes out. Lives refreshed. Now it's vertical. Whee! This should be easier from here on out, I reckon. Right, the bullet bills start coming at you now. We should, make sure we have room to dodge. Come on. I'm gonna go this way. The other thing you have to keep in mind is that it takes a while for the movies to, like, come to US theaters because I don't really understand that part. It's like, theaters, they don't want to run anime, they only want to run it for one night, and also they don't do, like, that much promotion so you don't hear about it. It's not good. Anime movies are, probably better in Japan than here, as far as, like, you know, they're treated as more like actual movies in Japan, is what my understanding is. Some of them do quite well, even. Like, apparently that, one of the reasons we're getting so many movies is that, like, Mugen Train for Demon Slayer was, like, #1 at the box office when it came out in Japan. So, like, that just gave everyone ideas and, you know, made them stop doing, like, okay, instead of a filler movie, we're gonna make this one plot essential. Though they don't always, you know. Good shit, Lord Bowser. Let's hit the thing. Eric is up next. I believe Eric has been chatting. Yes, Eric just said GG. Perfect. Beautiful. Love to see it. YouTube has been a bit slow today. Wonder why that is. Can't account for YouTube traffic, I guess. Algorithm, things of that nature. Just, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Let's not worry about that. We got plenty of levels, and hey, a quick turnaround is good for the people. Is good for the people. Thank you for getting that level back in there. Let me do another card. I rewatched Die Hard. Speaking of Christmas and Christmas movies, Die Hard is famously a Christmas movie. And I really like Die Hard. It's perhaps my favorite Christmas movie, I guess. I don't know, I'm not a really big Christmas guy as far as the movies go. Though, I will say, whenever Christmas comes around, I do gotta rewatch, what's the most memorable Christmas movie? Die Hard. I will say, when Christmas time does come around, I do gotta rewatch the episodes of Futurama. Christmas, Xmas Story, and Xmas Story 2. The 2 Xmas Story, 2-3 Xmas episodes of that show. That to me is the most beloved Xmas entertainment that I can think of, personally. We gotta move faster than that, we gotta swim, okay. Gotta hold down the run button as well, while I am gently feathering this fucker. We gotta start up before it pulls back in. This is going way too quick. I don't think I watched that many, like, traditional Christmas movies. It's not really my jam, so I don't know that I can really speak to that. Anyone got any good, hell yeah, we did it. Almost. Oh, we still have to deal with this shit. Ooh, we can do this! Fuck, yeah, that went cleanly. We can do this. What is it was said earlier? Ayo? Ayo confirmed again. Ayo again. In that case. Oh. We've had some good finishes. And some good almost finishes tonight. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm hitting complete. Ratchet Toad. Ratchet Toad is up. Ratchet Toad, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. What other Christmas movies do people like? I mean, I'll say like... Okay, you know what? Before I move on to the next card, I'll just Google that, I guess. I don't know. That seems like a thing to do. Ratchet Toad, you know what to do. Christmas movies. Apple TV, best products, AI. Yeah, no, I'm not thinking of a Hot Frosty, Google. That is a Christmas comedy. The Grinch and the Grinch and the Grinch, like, various versions of it. That's gotta be up there, the various Grinch movies. Let's look at Rotten Tomatoes. That'll be a pretty good authoritative thing. Meet Me in St. Louis. Never heard of it. That's number 1. Shop Around the Corner. That's number 2. These are movies from like the 40s that no one knows about. The Holdovers from last year? What the fuck? The Holdovers. Has anyone heard of The Holdovers? Rotten Tomatoes says it's the 3rd best Christmas movie of all time. It came out last year. This doesn't work. The lighting is too severe. Oh. Yeah, no, it's just too bright. Too bright. What if I make it almost all the way dark? You can't really see it. It looks like some middle-aged people breaking out of a ornament. They on Apple, they made it worse the way that this screen works. Apparently now when you flick up, it sometimes takes you to a different page. The now playing page. That's awkward. Not a great design there, I think. Tangerine. What the fuck? Never heard of Tangerine. That's the 4th best one. Miracle on 34th Street. Never heard of that either. Little Woman from 2019. What? The Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay, yes, okay. Now, at number 7, we got the first, bona fide banger. Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas is a top-tier Christmas movie. Confirmed, confirmed. That's definitely up there. Claus is number 8. I've heard good things about Claus. I've never seen it. Of like all the movies that I've not seen and could do, as far as Christmas movies go, I guess Claus is like the most tempted I would be. Carol, never heard of it. It's a Wonderful Life. There's the like actual classic that people know about from the 40s. Die Hard, like I said, top tier. Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. Didn't watch it. I don't know, I have much interest. The Apartment. I love Guardians of the Galaxy, but I don't need a holiday special version of it. I don't know. Little Woman. Never saw it. Arthur Christmas. Ow, ow, ow. Don't know it. Christmas Carol with Scrooge. Yeah, like, where the movie with Scrooge. Yeah, I can see that. Scrooge is a classic figure in, Scrooge, Grinch, those ones. They're like classic figures in, like, Christmas entertainment. Tokyo Godfathers? I've never heard of that. It's from 2003. Jingle Jangle from 2020. Never heard of that. Edward Scissorhands? Wait. Edward Scissorhands is a Christmas movie? Is that true? Chat. Is that true? It has gothic overtones and a sweet center. It's not been on the list yet, but what about the one with what's it? Jingle All the Way? The one with Arnold in it. That one's not bad. A Christmas Story. Okay. Better watch out. That looks interesting. It's like some sort of action thing. Trading Places. Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. I feel like I've heard of Trading Places, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, A Christmas Tale, Gremlins. Oh, Gremlins is a Christmas movie, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Elf, that's like the most famous one right now. Like the most famous, relatively new one. You can just look it up with I don't know how you get a good list. I mean, I'm looking at Rotten Tomatoes and it has such things as Batman Returns and While You Were Sleeping. I mean, I guess if I'm saying Die Hard is a Christmas movie, I have no place saying that Batman Returns isn't. To be fair. A Christmas Story Christmas? The fuck is that? Never heard of that. Bad Santa? I've heard of Bad Santa. The Muppets? White Christmas? Let's, we spent enough time scrolling. Ratchet Toad has not confirmed. So let me put that there. Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. That's one. Let me see if I can type while still reading out entries. The Ref, the Santa Claus. How the Grinch Stole Christmas is at 42. That's too low. How the Grinch Stole Christmas should be like way higher. What the fuck? Holiday Inn, never heard of it. March of the Wooden Soldier. Never heard of it. Remember the Night, never heard of it. Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. Rotten Tomatoes, I have questions about your methodology here. There must be a podcaster rating like all the various. It's on Rotten Tomatoes website. It's editorial.rottentomatoes.com. Suddenly I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Like I looked at this list on stream like a year or two ago. Guide/best Christmas movies. RottenTomatoes.com/guide/best-Christmas-movies. That's the website. Mickey's Christmas Carol, Rudolph. Rudolph is at 48? I feel like the guy from Rudolph who gets angry for wanting the guy who wants to be a dentist or whatever. Or wants to not be a dentist. You don't want to make toys. Rudolph needs to be higher. What the fuck? Rudolph should be like top 20. I'll say that. I won't say top 10. I'll say top 20. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. That looks like a sequel to Rudolph. Best Christmas pageant ever. White Reindeer. I'm just gonna scroll now. I don't think I've seen the one where, A Charlie Brown Christmas. That should probably be higher. I don't know. Charlie Brown's not really my thing. Scrolling. A Very Muppet Christmas Movie is at 60. Get Santa. Where's Jack Frost on this list? Where's, I'm gonna try to play this one-handed. Hello, Proto Man. How's it going? I don't think I've seen Scrooged. Let me... Violent Night is at 64. Frosty the Snowman is his 65th? No! Frosty is top 5. I'm gonna say that right now. Frosty the Snowman is I think that has to be top 10 at least. I'll say top 10. That's abortion. That's fucked. What the hell? What is this fucking list? Who generated this list? How did Rotten Tomatoes turn it? I found Scrooge. It's at 70 seconds. Rock Party. That's Bill Murray. I've not seen it. That should be I should see some of these movies. I think is what I'm thinking. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is at 74th place. That's fucked up. That should be top 20 as well, I think. I'm going to say top 20 for National Lampoon's Vacation. A Very Harold and Kumar is at... A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas is at 76. I'm talking about Christmas movies. I'm looking at the Rotten Tomato list of best Christmas movies. That's fucked up. You know what? Let me back up. Probably 75 is about right for Harold and Kumar Christmas movie, honestly. I've not seen it, and probably will not. Christmas Chronicles. Did people like Christmas Chronicles? It's at like 79. I don't know if that's like correct or not. Maybe that's fine. I don't know if people were really like in love with it. Answer. Home Alone at 81? Man, I'm pretty sure Home Alone is like a classic. I mean, shit, man. Home Alone. I haven't seen it since like the 90s, I think. Maybe I saw it as like a kid. I have very little memory of that, but, you know, I bet it's better than a lot of the other ones we've been saying. Christmas Chronicles 2, Christmas Review, Love Actually. Playing without looking at the screen is hard. Miracle on 40... Dr. Seuss's The Grinch Animated Edition. Should that be higher than... That's the animated one, the second animated one. I feel like The Grinch with Jim Carrey should be higher. Jim Carrey's The Grinch should be higher than the animated Grinch. I feel that in my heart. Family Stone, The Holiday, One Magic Christmas, Last Christmas, 99... What the fuck? Hello, Hugo Mario. You'll never fucking guess what they have as number 99 on the list of Christmas movies here. You'll never guess what they have at 99. Though, like, scrolling up, I am realizing now that, once they get around, like, 90, the movies, they're not good anymore, actually. These movies are not, well received. But I didn't know that because I didn't recognize the movies. Number 99 on the list of top 100 Christmas movies is Red One, the bomb that everyone disliked heavily. And right below that at number 100, Tyler Perry's A Medea Christmas. That tracks. This is a shit list. This is a shit list. I mean, if you're doing a top 100 list, you gotta make sure there's 100 good ones, or else, you know, by the time you get to Medea, you know, I'll say, like, maybe, I don't know, Medea is not a maybe I shouldn't dump on Medea necessarily. By the time you get to Red One, you should think twice about, like, okay, is this a work that's worth listing? The website is broken. Clearly, there's something wrong with that shit. I'll say I did see some things on there that made me go like, oh, I could go for that, actually. Some older ones, you know, like, honestly, I could go for Home Alone right now. Some newer ones, like, reminding me Claws Exist. I feel like there are a couple more in that list, and I've already forgotten as well, that I was, that I was, I already forgot that they jumped out at me. Well, whatever. What can you do? Oh. I noticed that the Harry Potter movies were not on there. I feel like if some movies, like, get on there for being set at... I mean, Harry Potter is kind of a cheat because it takes place across the entire year, but those movies are kind of associated with Christmas and often get marathoned in the Christmas season, so, you know... Not that I would probably marathon them, considering that, like, J.K. Rowling is, like, super canceled, and, we don't like her anymore for a lot of very good reasons, but, you know, like, it seems wild to me to have Krampus on the list. What's your favorite game style? Platformer? I guess platformer. I would probably say platformer. Oh, I know what I'm doing here. I'm not... We need to hit this with our hands. Use that to unlock the key. Now we can turn the on-off the other way and proceed. That's a big question. My top 2 favorite games of all time. One of them is a platformer, a 3D platformer, and the other one is a 2D platformer, so gotta be platformers, I guess. If you're talking in this, oh, you mean like, Mario Maker's, Super Mario Brothers, that sort of thing. I don't like to play favorites like that. I like to treat them all equally. But, World, maybe? Maybe World. World or 3. I feel like those two are just the most classic, right? They're just the most, beloved. I'm confused here. Over here is nothing. Nothing we can do over here. And over there is a room where we can't get through the ground.
Oh no!
Oh shit, I died a second time there. Ratchet Toad didn't confirm, did he? If Ratchet Toad didn't say anything, this is the most amount of tries we can get on this level, and we spent a good amount of time on this thing. You can't stay for long, you gotta get going. We'll see you later, Proto Man. You have a good one. I like 3D gameplay. I like all dimensions of gameplay. Pretty much. I can't think of any 1 or 4D gameplay examples, really, but I like it. That's the kind of shit I like. That's kind of my jam. Dimensions. I like it when there are things in some sort of space, whether 2D or 3D. This is a very blanket statement here. Very vague, very general. What time is it? It's 8:50. We've been going around 3 hours. Very nice. Very good. I'm gonna dismiss you, Ratchet Toad. Thank you for the level. Gonna hit dismiss and hit next. 06I, you are up. Thank you for the follow, Hugo Mario 46. Thank you. 06I, I believe, has been chatting, right? Let me scroll up for like 2 seconds. I bet I'll find 06I. Not for a minute. Hasn't chatted in a minute. There you are. Hey, perfect. Perfect confirmation. Textbook. Next card. Hey, I shop for Xmas presents. I did some looking around on Amazon. Did some thinking about all my loved ones, you know. parents, cats, my dad, my ma, my sister, my nephew, and brother-in-law. I need to do brother-in-law. I forgot about brother-in-law, honestly. Unless brother-in-law falls under nephew. Brother-in-law might fall under nephew, honestly. All things being considered into the future, right? Nephew is one. Nephew is baby. Is not one yet. One next year. Like early next year, you understand. He's nearly one. He's 11 months. He's like 10, 11 months. Old, I guess, is how you would measure that at his age. Gotta get him a present. Got to get my sister one, and I've looked around on Amazon. I think I've chosen some pretty okay stuff. You know, not a super, not breaking the bank or nothing on like these, but I've chosen stuff that are thoughtful and also thoughtful presents that are specific to the people and are that I put some thought into. I need a stocking stuffer. That's what I need right now, actually, come to think of it. Last year I don't have it on me, but 1 second. Let me just throw to a break and go grab something. One second. That's right. Back from break. That just had to find something really quick. I go to a break, so it's not in the VOD, so it's a little. You don't have to like stare at the people watching the VOD. Don't have to stare at the screen, at an empty chair. They just have to hear the explanation of why I did that. After the fact, I went and grabbed this. I made a bunch of these last year. This is like a twisty puzzle, except I made it into a force cube version, and I, you know, if you know what a force cube is, basically it's when you take a puzzle with multiple sides, right? And you take it apart and build it into like into like solid colors, one for each side. You have to get like 4 of them in this case. And I gave out one of them to my mom, my dad, and my sister. And I think the year before I gave out little fidget things as well. So it's kind of similar in nature, something you can mess around with. And, you know, this one's kind of neat because it's sort of a shapeshifter. You know, like you can turn it in various different ways, and it's not always a pyramid. And it's pretty simple to get back, though, no matter how shuffled it gets. Which, I think that was a really good stuffing stalker. You know, I had to make it myself. That was pretty cool. And harder than I expected, honestly, to take this shit apart and put it back together. Maybe I could do something like that again. Get some Rubik's Cubes and make them into Force Cubes, one for each. Making that would be perhaps a little bit easier to go around because, you know, I had to leave out brother-in-law last time for that because there were only 3 of them. Well, there were only 4 of them, and I wanted to keep one for myself. And, yeah, I picked the red one because, look at it, it's a great color. Maybe I could do that with some cubes, like just regular Rubik's Cubes. And, that would be neat as well. Because 6 makes so there's enough for everyone. In fact, there's 1 extra. What would I do with the 1 extra? I don't know. Haven't thought about that. Honestly, don't know if I'm gonna do that. Maybe maybe there's a better idea out there. I need to think. What's the kind of thing that everyone would enjoy? What's the kind of thing that everyone in my family would enjoy? And, you know, relatively inexpensive, so it's, doesn't break the bank to get, like, 5 of them or 4 of them. Questions we all have to ask ourselves around the holiday season, I'll say. Questions we all have to start asking, and, you know, takes a bit of thinking, a bit of, like, you know, I'll be honest, it's just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna think for a second whilst in the bath, just gonna look at Amazon for a minute, and hopefully come up with some ideas, you know, without thinking too heavily. without spending too much time. How's y'all's Christmas shopping go? Have y'all, if you celebrate Christmas, have you, finished it? Have you, got a line on any presents? Where are you at with that? It's always feels like there's, you know, it feels like 1 month is actually not that much time to put together, presents for a whole family. To pack them, to choose them, to order them, etc., etc. And also to make them, like, you know, unique to the year, not a repeat of anything previous, and yet thoughtful and, good. What enemy would go well with Koopas, Piranha Plants, and Hop Chops? Which one are Hop Chops? Those are the... Are those the gerbils? No, Hot Chops are the spring enemies. Hot Chops, Piranha Plants, Koopas, and Hop Chops. The Angry Springs, right. What goes well with those? Those first two are pretty basic. I guess you could think about it in terms of, like, enemies that Koopa shells can be used to kill. So I would say... either an enemy that cannot be killed by Koopa shells, that can be killed by jumping, so as to make, like, other forms of combat more valuable, or you go all in and make it so that the level is all about Koopa shells and killing things with Koopa shells. Oh, I see what I need to do here. There's multiple ways to go about it, I think. Experiment and see what works best for you. That's the long and short of it. An example of an enemy that would meet that criteria would be Bonsai Bills. Bonsai Bills you cannot kill with Fire Flower, but you can kill them by jumping on them. Or with Koopa. Actually, you can't kill them with Koopa shells. I was thinking of Fire Flowers for a second. Who can't you kill with the Koopa shell? I feel like if you can kill something with a Koopa shell, you can kill most anything. The forest theme? Go with some fish, some water, some, chompy guys then. I think what your brew needs is it needs something that's water focused. Something to make use of that water, perhaps. That's my gut gut impression. Now, go with God, use your best judgment. Now understanding like how this do. Here we go. We found a nice safe place to bombard them from. Anyway, I gotta do a stuffing stalker. A stocking stuffer. And I gotta do brother-in-law presents. And then I'll be good. Then I'll be set for Christmas and I can relax and just, you know, focus on the million other things I have in my life and enjoy some time off, which I'm excited about being so soon. Time off is, you know, it's goated, I guess. Let me hit complete there. Lord Bowser, you are up. Let's do another card. Shout out to Citrus Body Soap. Citrus Soap, Bath Body Works. I like to go to the Bath and Body Works, and I like the soaps that they have there. I like to get a random assortment and try out different scents, different flavors. And I just tried out this particular soap, Sun Warmed Citrus, and I think it's a really good citrusy, orangey sort of scent. Smells good. Probably the best orange soap I've encountered under their brand, and probably gonna be an all-timer soap, similar to like Black Merlot Cherry, where I just get it whenever I see it. There's definitely a few that I like. You don't usually shop at Bath Body Works for anything but hand sanitizer. Soap and hand sanitizer, those are like different things, right? Like this is the soap. Different. But I like all their different scents. I like the variety of it. I'm just about to run out. I'll say whenever I do go, I'm usually the only dude there, which I'm secure in my masculinity. I'm not too much of a I'm not so insecure that I cannot enjoy hand soap of a quality value. Quality hand soap. Do they have like a watermelon scent? I feel like watermelon is something that I want. If I see watermelon next time, I will definitely pick that up. Blueberry is a good scent. What are some good other good scents, odors? What the fuck? Thinking of good words for that. What are some good like descriptions? Some good like examples. I feel like I can never think of any other than like some that I get all the time when I see them. Like, that's fine. Some it's like I just see like, okay, well I like spearmint, that's fine. I don't know if this spearmint is like the best spearmint, but it's got a something I recognize out there in the world. I guess that's all I have to say on that topic. That wasn't like the most gripping card in the world, but I thought it would be fun to give a shout out to that, since I just tried it the other day, and I think it's fantastic and probably the best scent I've tried from their brand in a long time. I say without being able to name another. I mean, that's the thing, right? I feel like I can't... Nothing comes to mind when I try to think of, like, other examples. And this one... So suffice it to say, like, this is the first time in a good long while that I have felt, any sort of big emotion towards soap. Soap scents, you know. Varieties of soap. I like this coin area where you can just go up there for like a bunch of coins. Would have been cool if there had been a 10 coin up there as well, but okay, well you're doing it here. Guess that makes sense. Guess that works. Kinda weird that you have that multiple times.
Oh no!
Come on. You switched all the cans for Bill Blasters here? Oh, gotcha. So you were using, like, big cannons previously? I can see how that might be, like, might have been, like, more difficult to work with. Or, otherwise more difficult because, you know, if they were all cannons... Cans for Bill Blasters. The cans moving left and right, that would just present a wall of handballs, and that's just a hellish thing. I bet the hammer would go well with cannonballs if it was possible to use cannonballs and hammer suit in the same level. Maker suit, you know? Too bad it's not. I'm pretty sure. Cannons aren't in 3D World, right? Like, it'd be fun to, like, counter those by hammering them when they got near. I mean, I guess you can do that with Super Mario Bros. 3 or any other melee attack in this game, of which there are several. See that? That was a pro move right there. That was surgical. Didn't even get a chance to land. Clean. Solid level. Should have been represented by an airship in the... Or like an air... You could make an airship be the final level, right? I forget. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. In any case, great level. Solid as all hell, very fun. Oh wait, it wasn't even the final level. You could have had that be an airship nonetheless. I'm gonna hit complete. That's right, you have 5 levels per world. I was thrown off, though, by the fact that there wasn't a 5th one in sight. Eric has said okay. Eric is good to go. Pull. Let's pull another card. Been playing Pokemon TCG Pockets. That's sort of been my new jam the last few weeks. I've been doing the Pokemon TCG Pocket, doing the regular card pulls, and I've not spent a penny on that game, but I've just been like collecting things, collecting all the cards, and playing whatever decks I can. Last week I mentioned that like I really had only gotten enough to do one particular deck, which is like a Pikachu deck, which is overpowered and fun, but I was getting kind of bored with it. So I built a deck based on what I saw a YouTuber doing in one video. You know, the YouTubers, they tend to play a deck in a stream or in a video and be like, hey, this is a wacky new deck that uses these cards. And I've been playing one of those wacky new decks that uses an odd combination of cards. In particular, it uses Electrocute. It uses Execute. Executor, that's it. And Execute is like the level 1 original. And that's a grass Pokemon. And it also uses the Greninja as well. And the thing is about those Pokemon, and something I'm realizing, something I'm learning when it comes to multicolored decks, is that you want to look for Pokemon that either have very low costs, where you only need like 1 grass to get Execute going, or you want something that has a lot of colorless energy, so it's like, okay, well, if I get a bunch of grass, I can still power up my Greninja. And honestly, Greninja's kind of fine, even if he's in the background, just doing 20 damage every turn. Greninja is a very good card. That's right, we have 1 level to finish out World 7. That is true. So that's been fun to play around with. I want to play more 2-color decks, even though they're less consistent than 1-color decks. I just think they're more fun, and you know, there's a little bit more like tension in like, oh god, am I gonna get the right colors? Sometimes in some games, I've gotten like water like 5 turns in a row, and I just need one fucking grass to turn on my Executor, and it's just maddening. I somehow won that game after like 6 turns of water. Oh, and by the way, if you don't know, it's the Pockets is like based on the original trading card game, but it's like a new version of it. All the cards are different, and also energy is now automatic, and you get like 1 energy automatically per turn. Also, I'll say, make myself big right here. I'll say right now, ooh, ow! Right now, I have enough. My pack is up for another. I can pull some cards right now. Do you want me to pull some cards? I want to pull some cards. What do you think, Pikachu? Let's go, Pikachu. Bowser, do you have an opinion? Which pack would you like to see? Pikachu, Charizard or Mewtwo? What do you think? Any opinion? Or Eric. I guess it's Eric's level. Maybe Eric should have an opinion. First come, first serve. Anyone want to say, which one should I do? I'm thinking Pikachu. Let's do Pikachu. Just gonna call. Oh, Lord Bowser says Charizard. Okay, let's do Charizard. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna open a pack. It's booster pack opening time now. I used some hourglasses to make this happen, by the way. This is a trading card game on the phone. It's pretty cool. Ooh, I'm gonna go with this pack right here. I like to go for the ones that are upside down at first because that's rare, and I figure that might make it better. Oh, Eric says Pikachu. I already started the Charizard one. My bad. Next time. Let's open it and see. Psyduck. That's nothing. Got a million of them. Hitmonchan. I don't know if I've seen that many Hitmonchans. You play that? Hell yeah. Ooh! I've not gotten a Pyukumuku before. Is this card good? 70 HP, 30 Rain Splash. It doesn't evolve, does it? That's just what it is? It's not terrible. It's not terrible for the water element. Sort of good amount of health. And Blaine for the last one. Oh! Fuck me, there's a Charizard! That wasn't the last one at all. I miscounted. Charizard X. Sick. I already have enough Charizard X's for a deck, but that's still a great card to get. To pull. There it is. I got one deck over the week. One pack that had two what the fuck? Two Dragonites in it. Two fucking multiple star Dragonites. The same rank. It was incredible. What the fuck? I don't know how that happens, but you know, I wish I had a Dratini so I could play that deck. So I could play Dragonair and fuck with that. But I don't. Maybe I should just cash in some points for the Dratini. Maybe. That's fun. That's a fun thing to do on stream. Do you think it's fun to unpack a pack on stream? I think it's kind of fun to unpack a pack on stream, even if the stream is not about it. This is it, right? This is your super world? Yep. I'm not like in the last one or anything. Enjoying it. Enjoying keeping up with it and getting my free packs. A lot of them are a little underwhelming, honestly, but enough of them are good where I keep on being able to... I keep on getting new cards, like, every couple of days. And, that's pretty cool. As for what cards I really need right now... Title screen level? Gotcha. This one doesn't seem to have a tricky objective to it, so... this one will be easy. And we won't have any trouble. Case in point, we didn't have any trouble. That was... if this had been longer, we might have had, like, a funny moment there, but nah, it's cool, it's good. No more Goombas to trouble me after that point. I made the, I made the statement that could have been considered a jinx if I had taken another hit. But, nah. What am I thinking about? It's fun, it's chill, it's nice. I can't wait for them to add trading. That'll help a lot for, like, the purposes of completing collections. Right now, I don't have... I'm looking for Weezing. I haven't gotten any Weezings yet. I haven't gotten any, like, I haven't gotten any, Nido Kings. I'd like to be able to do that Nido King, Nido Queen deck. Even if it's bad, it sounds kind of fun to do. It kind of sounds like a fun gimmick, and that card seems... Nido King seems like a good card anyway. I got my eyes on a lot of the a lot of the cards that I haven't gotten. I'm definitely like jealous of those that do have them, I guess. I don't know. Hugo is up next. Hugo just chatted. Just did something. Just threw Pikmin at me. So Hugo is good to go. Let's do it. Let's do another card. I tried Marvel Rivals last night. I don't know. For those who don't know, Marvel Rivals is like a Overwatch style game. It's third person and it sort of has like an Overwatch type. It's sort of like an Overwatch, except it's about Marvel characters, and also like everyone seems to have a lot more in the way of like both, first off, abilities, right? Like where an Overwatch character might have on average 2 abilities, like one on E and one on Shift, and maybe a third if you're feeling like out of control. Basically every character has like 4 or 5 basic abilities, not including the ultimate, which I guess makes it up to like a half dozen. And then in addition to that, they all like have like some synergies where like if you pair up certain characters, they get like extra abilities, which is interesting. It's really interesting design-wise, and it is just, but it makes for a game that is really hard to come to grips with the first night, the first time you're playing live on stream. And I sort of struggled to really understand and remember like all the moves that I have and all the keys that I had to hit to do those moves. It kind of comes off as a bit of a mess when you're in battle and you're battling people. You know, it comes it's just like effects and abilities going off left and right. Honestly, my biggest thought is something like, well, first off, I could go for some proper fucking Overwatch, and second off, like, this makes me sympathize to Overwatch making the decision to go to 5 versus 5, because, you know, one of the reasons I was looking forward to this is because it's 6 versus 6 like Overwatch used to be, but the fact that there are so many people running around exploding stuff and doing effects that I don't understand, I guess I can understand why they made that change, just so that new players maybe had like less to grapple with their first time with the game. Probably should have been a scaling thing where you start off with some modes with smaller teams and maybe scaled up for Overwatch. But I don't know, I could definitely use like a mode in that was a little more simpler, a little more straightforward. Maybe 3 versus 3 or something.
Oh no!
I gotta remember about that guy. Remember about that guy. It also doesn't have things like mystery heroes. It doesn't have things like the fully fleshed out arcade mode yet. And, you know, those are modes that I like and modes that I want to, you know, mystery heroes is my mode in Overwatch. So, yeah. I want to watch some videos. I want to make sure, like, okay, I want to watch, like, a couple of primers or something. See if I can start understanding if explained correctly to me. But I don't know yet. I don't know yet. You're making a fully 3D world, super world? That's neat. Good on you. That's an underused theme, probably. That and, all things considered, probably underused, that theme. So yeah, Marvel Rivals, I think I will try to play a little more and try to, like, watch some videos and try to understand how to play it. But so far, I don't think it's any Overwatch. And, you know, when you're up against Overwatch, even the husk of Overwatch 2, I think you do need to be Overwatch. I think you need to be the next step beyond Overwatch. Read the description of the level before leaving. Remind me when we're done, but also we might be done in a second, so maybe no reminder will be necessary. Read the description. Read the description. Read the description. Read the description. I remember. I remember what we need to do here. We need to read the description. Meteorites Festival. Oh, that's a good name. Bowser has acquired the ability to shoot millions of meteorites per second. Trying to think. I feel like I remembered what you said and forgot, like, you mean the fireballs, I guess. The potobos, or were the potobos? Oh, sometimes my memory is just like, I spend all that time remembering to read the description. I forgot about the level. I forgot what was in the level itself. Oh, there were potobos, there were thwomps. Oh, and I guess there are Bowsers above the stage. They were shooting fire down at us. I didn't really notice. That was just, something going on in the background to me. That's a good thing to put in levels. I should do that sometime. Have some Bowsers just, like, peppering the stage with fire. That's a good way of, like, escalating things nicely. If my final level wasn't already a 3D world level where that's impossible, maybe that would be the gimmick of that one. Also, if I hadn't already had, like, plenty of ideas for that level. Still, it's early enough where something like that could be considered, so make a note. Fireball. See if can abuse random fireballs. Make it hellish. Make it difficult. Thank you for the level. Hello, Moyako. 06I is here. Perfect. Perfect attendance today. Hey, you know, I mean, part of that is the fact that the queue is so short today. Like, not a busy night. Not a busy night at all. That is, just nice for everyone submitting, I'll say. Last December was kind of a slow time as well, as far as, like, the queue didn't get too jam-stuffed through, like, all of December last year. I wonder if just, like, you know, as soon as schools start getting out, as soon as, like, vacations start being done, just, fewer people are around to watch streams, maybe. Then again, people with time off, what do they have to watch? Especially when new shows sort of come to a crawl, and new content comes to a crawl from anyone professional who is taking a well-earned vacation. I don't know all the dynamics that's involved in that, or if it's just, like, literal coincidence. But, you know, we have plenty of people, we have plenty of levels. It's not really a concern. I'm just saying, it's interesting as all. Another card? We were coming up on the end of the cards that I have, I'll say. In fact, we have 5 levels in queue. We have 5 levels in queue. It's 9:25. I have 2 cards left. I'm gonna say, after this level, we're going to go to last call for level. And we're going to levels. And we're going to close the queue thereafter. After this level. Which one should we do? Should we do the one in the water? Or should we do the critical path one? I think critical path comes last. Critical path comes after this. Jungler cranes. It's been a fun stream. A lot of great stuff. I feel like I have done... I have beaten some real monsters. I have slain some monsters, and I have... Well... There are monsters where I did have them to rights. I have had levels that were dead to rights tonight. You know, I was reading them the right. What the fuck? What's a good way of phrasing that? Dead to rights. I had some levels dead to rights. And, you know, I think that's impressive. I think that's impressive. I did get worked pretty hard by that, that fucking thing. But, you know what I mean. But, fuck. I still think all the shell jumps. Doing all the shell jumps. Not just, I'm still stewing a little bit over that, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's smart to use on-offs as the repeatable, block here. Though, if you use, like, blocks with coins, it would make it so that they would expire eventually after you hit one the first time, but you could do it multiple times if you were really fast. Oh, come on. Ah. Wow. We'll get it this time. This, not that hard. Yeah. Guy with head and hands, indeed. Guy with head and hands, indeed. That's not a good, that's a good, that is a mood. I wonder if naming a YouTube VOD after a Twitch emote that, I don't know the name of, honestly, is like a good idea. But that's just an evergreen emote for this channel, for viewer levels. You know? It's not like this. That's what it's called. Not like this, Twitch Global. Well, how about that? Not like this. Is the name of that emote. I don't know the name of it, but I see it all the time. I see it pretty often. It is, you know, perhaps one I should think about having in my own emote lineup. You know, something that says, like, well, the animated Kazooie one is sort of like that, but is it like, is it like that enough? Does it hit that, that feeling quite as hard as it would need to? Not gonna worry about that. I'm happy with that, my emotes lineup. And also people are happy with head in hand, so there you go. It's like this. It's like, how do you do that? Let me look at that again. His hand is in his heads. Yes, I heard you. I heard. Not like this. Not like this is the name of the emote. I still call it head in hands, because that's what it is. Head in hands. Head in hands. Literally head in hands. That was the level, right? We beat it. We beat it. Let me hit complete, and I'm gonna put Lord Bowser up, but folks, it is time now for when the clear goes away. Last call for levels. It is time now for last call for levels. I'm gonna play some of my own levels to show you like what I do as a creator, and you know, hopefully give some people some ideas to go check them out, go play some of them. I make a lot of great levels, and I'm gonna give you all time to submit any last levels that you have. 06i getting back in there, perfect. anyone who has gotten in levels, feel free to get them in now. Now is the time for anyone who has had levels up to this point to submit and get back in there. What's a good theme for tonight? Let me think. Christmas. It's Christmas time. So snow. But probably not like all the snow levels. I'll say pure snow levels. Pure snow levels. Levels that are only snow. How many levels like that have I really done anyway? Not that many. Not that many. I wonder if this is the exact same theme I did last year when the Christmas season had started and, you know, I embraced that as like a whole thing. This level is a downhill level where, you know, it makes good use of the sliding. You slide down hills, you deal with the, fire guys. You can also, you know, jump around hills. Those Potobos can't be killed by, jumping or fireballs or sliding, so... Or Catsuit. Catsuit is the power-up in this level. So they're a good, like, thing to mix in. The second half sort of turns it a little bit and makes it so that the main thing now is more falling than sliding. Also, there's some times where you can get some coins if you think fast. I love how those ghosts are always just like right about to come at you when you land on the bees, gives you a second to avoid them. I hope that always works perfectly for the people who play this level. That there in the background, I've always thought that would be the, I've always thought of that as the, whatchamacallit? As the Rare logo. Looks a lot like the Rare logo. I don't know why it looks like the Rare logo. Avalanche Lodge is, Cabin Fervor. That's right, it is a great level. It's also pure snow, though this one is themed to be like a lodge, like a ski resort lodge. This one is a remake of a level I made in Mario Maker 1. In Mario Maker 1, it was in the airship theme. This one, it's the other one. This gimmick here with the springing guys, I want to have that in my last level of my Super World, because I haven't had that in any level so far in my Super World. And it's kind of like, yeah. It's kind of like a very important, thing. One per person, Eric. No, please do not get a second account. I mean, like, if that sort of thing was, smiled upon, you know, some people have YouTube and Twitch accounts. I'm live on both. You don't get a second go-round just because you have, the other account. That's just not how it works. Here also, you know, the Goombas are the main ones jumping, but also there's some Buzzy Beetles, which are fun to throw at the guys. The whole Koopa Shell Buzzy Beetle type enemy that becomes a projectile that you can throw. That is, I think, one of the most biggest innovations that, like, the thing has. Yes, I understood. You're not allowed to do it from multiple accounts, even from Twitch itself. Not smiled upon, please don't. You know someone who puts their codes in twice? Well, I'll say I currently have a rule. I have a rule that I haven't had to say in a while, that, you can't put in someone else's code if someone else already has the code in queue. Okay? And that kind of stomps down on a lot of that. That kind of stomps down on a lot of that because, look, people don't have 2 Mario Maker accounts to post levels from, so if they were to pull some shit like that, it'd be obvious. It's fairly obvious, and also, I have made the rule to make that fairly obvious exploit go away. as needed. I haven't said in forever, but it is still absolutely the rule. And I will invoke it if anyone makes me. Okay? Okay. That one's really good. Snope and Sesame is another one. There were a bunch I did pretty early on. There were a bunch I did early on, I guess, that were pure snow levels, but I'll say, I think in more recent times, most of the snow levels I've done recently have been like hybrids. A little bit of snow, a little bit of something else. So, like, you know, a different thing, not included in this. This level is a doorstop dash. You hit the thing, and then you have to race to the end of the thing. Also, it's sort of built around the spike helmet and giving you some opportunities to use it. Yeah. That sounds like a head-in-hand situation to me, Lord Bowser. Whenever someone does do that, it is an awkward thing. You gotta say like, okay, buddy, I could see that you've done this. Could you not? In the second half, you sort of go inside, but it's still snow. It's just made to look a little cavey. Also, I like the theming of these, sort of like waterfalls, I think. That's the idea, is they're like waterfalls going throughout the cave there. Solid theming, right? Pretty good theming. One final thing there to get to the last thing, and there we go. Are there any other levels that are pure snow? Bum Bum Boonies for sure is, but other than that, I think like those first three that I did. After that, I just tried to mix it up more than just doing... Oh, actually, Burberry Bounty is maybe the last one. As far as pure snow goes. Pure snow. Pure snow levels. This one is good as far as, like, it's a ice level. It's a slippery level. I did an ice level in... Did I do an ice level in the Super World? A slippery level in the Super World? Yes, I did. Okay, yeah, there's two levels in the Super World. It's sort of like BRRR, like Burberry, you see? Burberry. The idea is it's like a factory. Sort of like that level of Tropical Freeze in the Fruit Factory, where they're making popsicles. And as you go on forward, there's like popsicles. Very literally inspired by that Tropical Freeze level. This whole series was a whole series of levels that were inspired by DKC levels. Like there was a dark level inspired Power Out Bout. There was a dark level called Power Out Bout inspired by Blackout Basement. There was a theming got a little fucked up here, unfortunately, due to semi-solid limitations, whatever. Don't mind. There was a wind level called what's it called? Blustery Backwoods. Sort of a gusty gale type situation. There was a low gravity level called Zero G Refinery. Sort of a low G labyrinth situation. And yeah, pretty much just 4 levels that took inspiration from the types of dark level that they are and were themed appropriately to match. A fun series. You made an ice level in your world, now you're making another ice level for World 9? Sick. I think other than that, like pure snow, there's just 2 more. This one is half snow, this one's hybrid snow. That level that I just passed. Up. Return of the Wayward Spiny. Doesn't count. And... oh yeah, this is snow as well. Frosted Forest is definitely snow. I forgot about this one. There's a bunch of snow levels in this super world, actually. They're just not, a lot of them are hybrid. A lot of them are mixed, I'll say. But this one is not. And this one, I made it into another forest. I mentioned Blustery Backwoods, which was a wind level that was sort of a forest. It was sort of like this, where I made trees out of the desert boxes. And, you know, it was sort of like autumnal in nature. This level is like, winter in nature. A really good, like, example of that. You, ride platforms down, you get below people, and you hit them with your spike helmet. It's good shit. I still think it's sad that the, Mario Wonder just couldn't make as good use of the spike helmet as, like, you know, Mario Maker levels I've seen. The fact that you can't rely on the player having it, and, you know, the fact that you can bring it into levels that it's not, like, suited for, I think, really goes to show, like, how much work goes into making a level with enemies that are fun to hit from below. Like, there's just a lot of levels where you don't have the situation where you're coming up on an enemy and about to just sack-tap them. Sack-tap them. It's not that, not all that common. I'm not even gonna mention the gimmick here. I mentioned this gimmick like a bunch of times. If you noticed, if you, thought, hey, something was weird there, you're right, something was weird there. I did some trickery. But, I'll leave it at that. I guess I can just explain the trickery. The level doesn't reveal that it's a vertical level until the last minute, making that a little bit of a surprise bit of verticality. And I hope that, like, when you play the level, you don't realize it's vertical until that happens. You just think, horizontal, horizontal. Anyway, I'll say that Pirate's Peak is a whole world that is in the snow theme. But most of them are hybrid. This one is airship. It's sort of an airship slash snow world. This one is hybrid between caves and snow. This one is snow slash airship. And this one is snow slash airship as well. So the only one that really meets our criteria today is Pirate's Peak 1 Bob-omb Boonies, which... this one was inspired by Clapper's Cavern, and was my attempt to do, like, a really cool P-block-based level. In the second half, anyway. Also, I was playing around with, like, destroying platforms, right? Like, here you can see this Bob-omb is gonna blow up a good chunk of that platform, meaning, like, now I have to jump around it. What's the best way to name levels for a world? It's pretty straightforward. Rhyming, rhymes, alliteration, fun, weird flourishes. Those are like the three things to start with. Hello, Adventurer Tale. I played your level earlier, but I don't think you were here, so we didn't get that many tries on it. If you are here, let us, I mean... if you are here, you are clearly here. Here you can get this thing by doing a bomb there. If you want to submit a level, now is the right time. We're in last calls. The queue will only be open for a bit longer. Hey, check this out.
Oh,
Fuck!
no.
I was gonna jump there and show you that you can clear that jump without toggling that thing. But head and hands, I guess. Laughing fella. That's not head and hands. That's laughing fella from Lord Bowser. That's a different emote. There's head and hands. I feel like late in the stream here, there's Head and Hands, or some variant of that. Here, look, see? Little skip for you. You can do some platforming over those and like hit that thing to fall down, but you don't have to. I think that's a really fun design. Really fun shortcut there. And here in the second half, there's a little bit of a turn, you see. A little bit of a turn. You can see that there's not always ice now. Instead, you need to hit a switch and run across some stuff to get where you're going. Kind of makes sense because these icicles have coins under them, so, you know, makes sense. I also think it's neat right here. Little bit of level design detail here. If you go really fast with the P block, when you get here, these will all be coins, so you'll have to, you know, use a little more precision to, you know, not go down this hole. What level did I play?
Oh.
Dang it. I forget. We'll see when it comes up again. You can always check the VOD as well. It's hard in P-block levels to, like, balance what coins are like for traversal. Go forward right now. And which coins are like just for fun. Here you can, that on-off just makes that jump a little bit easier, but you don't really need to do it. Which I think is cool. Again, Clapper's Cavern was the inspiration here. Hey, Koenichiu. We're in last call, so get him in. I'm doing alright. I'll say, like, today I was extremely tired in the morning, but I have, like, fully woken up by now. And by the time the stream started, really, I need to get some sleep tomorrow. Or tonight, really. Tonight and tomorrow. Ideally, I will get sleep every day. Yet another Head and Hands, reality, I guess. There's just, I believe, one more entirely ice level that I have in my collection here, which is Cold Ice Comets. Another slippery level. Another slippery level. This one was inspired by not a slippery level, but by Ramby Rumble, insofar as it's a level where you go up at first and then down. This is from World 7, so, you know, by now, the difficulty has gotten hard. This is the last one I have. Ooh. Rock Party getting another one in. Is that the one from before? Kind of hope it's the one from before. I would love another crack at that. Up to you, though, of course. Hey, you know. It's up to everyone in chat what levels I get. It's your decision. And always will be. Though, you know, don't use multiple accounts. That's not cool. And also, if you do, well, you know, the thing is, I can't tell. So the rule is just no duplicates in the list in general, because that, you know, if people submitting multiple times can't do that, they can't submit themselves twice. So like, that's 90% of the battle. So yeah, you climb up in the first half using all sorts of vines and tires and crap. And now in the second, you're mostly going downhill, even though there's still vines and other crap. Also, big part of the level, sliding. This level doesn't really do that much with, like, the slippery nature of this theme, but it does, I think, make it a little more difficult, which I think is maybe the intent, maybe the, what I was looking for. Also, you got the snake block stuff, which I, for one, think is fun. Yeah, it's not a cool thing to do. I would heavily discourage that. This is like the one time I've used snake blocks in my levels too, so that's things. Oh, you can repeat a level code or a maker code within a stream, just like not in the queue at one time, right? Not between different accounts. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, like, don't use different accounts to submit multiple times. You're allowed to submit the same level over and over and over again, just like wait for it to get played. I mean, I'll say, like, I don't always say that rule, so I'll enforce it on a case-by-case basis. But, you know, yeah. Ooh, that's a good one. 107, huh? Good amount. Jesus, that's... Cold Ice Comet is 2 years old? God damn, I've been making the Super World at a slow pace. All of last year was just... All of last year was wow. I mean, I guess Cold Ice Comet was the start of World 7. And then like, by the end of the year, by, like, middle of 2023, I had finished that world. And then this current world, I'm, like, most of the way through, and that's taken all year. My pace of making has really slowed down now that I think about it. Wow. Okay, hey, that's last call for levels. It's time for the queue to close. Let's go ahead and do that. Folks, the queue is closed. We have accepted all the levels that we're going to do. And let's plow on here. We got the last one here from Lord Bowser. This one shouldn't be too hard, considering that, you know, it's just the super world. This is the last level of World 7, right? Or is this... Forget where we are. It's airship time. That's right. It's airship time. Head and hands. Man laughing. What is man laughing called? That's just lull. Okay, that's lull. People like the lull as well. I mean, I guess it depends on the person. Certainly some people are more head and hands. Some people are more lull. I don't really like saying lull that much. I'm gonna say person laughing. Man laughing. Lull is fine. Some people like the man laughing. Other people like head and hands. It all depends on how you like your tragedy. How you like a comical farce. Man laughing, that's right. Man laughing. Man laughing. A hearty chuckle. You think it's a laugh or is it a chuckle? Might be more of a chuckle than a laugh. You know? More of a like, ha! More like a, ah! Ha! Ha! Like one solid ha. I like Minecraft well enough. I haven't really played it that much over the last 15 years, but, you know, I certainly played a good amount of it back in college. When it was brand new, you see. I definitely spent some time on, like, servers, you know, making stuff and doing collaboration, as, you were wont to do. It's all different now, I think. It's all more about, like, I feel like now Minecraft is more about weird custom games or something, where you do, like, hide and seek and things of that nature. And I don't really get all that. I just, like, I just like to build a lighthouse from Fez. And build houses that are well set up. You know, kind like I would like in reality one day. You know? Nice. Good boss fight. Got through clean. I forget if Minecraft is, like, on my list of games that I love. Is it, like, an S-tier game? Is it, like, a, in the hearts section of, like, backlogged? I think it might be. I think it might be. But the times I had with Minecraft were pretty special. And I do think that, like, you know, you have times like this, you're grandfathered in, you're locked in. Even if I fall off you, I still must admit that you got a heart. That you, you know, were a favorite for a time. You know, even if I fall off Overwatch, even if I fall off, even if I fallen off, like, Marvel Snap, I still gotta admit, like, yeah, I was with it for more than a year. That's a favorite. You don't follow games that you don't love for more than a year. Not religiously. Thank you for the level, that was great. We have, 2 cards left, but we'll, you know, trigger them reservedly. We'll, like, you know, pick our battles and whatnot. Eric is up next, and Eric is here. Fantastic. We'll do another level before we pill another card. I'll say, the next card is, Spicy Meatball. See you later, Lord Bowser. You're gonna miss some real talk. Some real talk. And, you know, I'll say right here, right now, we have had a hell of a news week in America. I'll say that. I don't have a card for one particular news story, which was, like, earlier in the week, where, like, you know, we started off with South Korea. South Korea had a coup, and then by the time you were reading about it, it was basically already over. And, that was fascinating. And then the next day, another thing happened. And it is that thing that I want to talk about. On Tuesday, nothing happened. Nothing happened. A guy tried to do a thing, and then nothing happened. Hey, Coco, you just missed the lightning round, or you just missed the queue closing. Coco, I'll let you in. Yeah, there you go. Get one in. Get one in. South Korea was funny. Oh, let me say, both stories were funny. South Korea was kind of funny, and, I'll say, of South Korea, thank you for the level, Eric. Dang, I wasn't able to do that one. That's probably the biggest, flub of the night. Feel like I've been nailing it most of the time here. Oh, there was one that I famously flubbed earlier that was, you know, head and hands. But that was also pretty head and hands there, I gotta say. Like, shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you gonna do? Great level. Let me hit, dismiss. Go to the next one. Moyako. Yeah, maybe we should talk about South Korea. We got, like, plenty of time left. Eric, the queue is closed. You can't get one in. I'm just, it's just open for, Coco, if Mr. Coco wants to get in there. Mr. Coco, do you want to get in there? Mr. Coco, you tell me if you're ready to get one in. I am going to close it in 5, 4, 3. You can say wait at any time, and I'll not. I'm gonna close it right now. There we go. You tell me if you're ready and waiting to get one in. I'm going to remove that one that was submitted on account of, like I said, this is just for people who hadn't gotten one in. Just for people who hadn't got one in. Let me just remove that. Well, bam. You choose the system? Well, I can remove it, so it's no big deal. Let me know, Coco, if you're ready. What are we doing here? Right, yeah, we failed on that one, and now we're going. I'll say of South Korea. I didn't make a card for this one, so I'll just insert it as a random aside. You're already out. You're already out. You're good, Eric. Don't worry about it. I got you. I already took care of that. Moyako, you're up. I'll say of Korea, it was very interesting learning that, like, oh, South Korea has, like, a history with presidents. That, like, basically half their presidents were incarcerated after their reign, after their, like, their stay in their presidency. And, I had no idea that was true. But that is hilarious to go through a list of, like, okay, yeah, this guy, he was in jail after he was president. This guy was jailed, like, 5 years later. This guy was in jail before he was president. This guy was in jail also before he was president. This guy was in jail, later on. This one was assassinated. Topical. It's just fascinating to go like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, you guys really have had some luck with your presidents, huh? And also, it does make you think, like, well, honestly, you might have the right idea. Like, look, as an American, I feel like if we had jailed, like, most of our presidents after their reigns, that might have made it for a better politique. Might have made for better politics than, like, the reality of it, right? Like, oh yeah, you did the Iraq War, and that was a war crime? Yeah, you should probably be sent to The Hague. That would be, like, the correct move. Same with a lot of the last couple of presidents. Of course, including Trump, but literally kind of all of them. They're all doing drone strikes and things of that nature that, I don't know that you can really justify. Ooh, there's a new one now. But also, I do really want to do Snow Mario. If Moyaku's not here, I want to try out... I want to give Snow Mario another chance. Another shot, but, yeah. Anyway, I'm happy for South Korea that nothing ended up happening. If you didn't know the news, what happened was that the president tried to do a coup. He declared military law, and then all the governors and all the people that do the rest of the government, they jumped over a fence at 1 a.m. after martial law was declared, and they held a vote to say, like, oh, no martial law, and it was 190 to 0. Even his party didn't want him to become a dictator, which you gotta just look at that and go like, oh wow. That was like a Seinfeld level coup, you know. That's like a coup that went so badly that people are making the joke that, like, oh, he should do like a Seinfeld. He should do like a quit. I didn't quit. Who quit? What quits? I don't know about that. You should just pretend it didn't happen. And, well, that's pretty comical, isn't it? That's pretty funny. Alas, Moyako, I squandered those 2 tries, sudden death style. You're welcome to say something, and I'll say, like, I play the other level maybe if you demand it, if you are here. But I don't think you're here, so let's just go ahead and get going. Let's just keep moving, keep moving. I'm gonna hit dismiss. It's time to move to the next level. Hugo, what's it now? Hugo Mario. There we go. That's how you say that. Let's go, Hugo Mario. You are up. I'm gonna hit next. You're gonna say, okay, you did man smiling. That's different from head and hands. That's a positive one. Let's rip off the band-aid, folks. Let's say, hey, did you hear about the United Healthcare CEO's assassination? My God, I don't think I've seen, this is one of the most happiest Twitter has ever been right now. It is hilarious out there. I am having a great time laughing and celebrating with everyone else that this horrible evil man has been slain. I'll say, this might be hard to understand for people from another country, right, where they have healthcare and it just works. But here in America, we have a healthcare system that sucks and where people lose all their money, A, often go bankrupt, or B, they die because they don't get the healthcare they need. I will read the description, yeah. And basically, these people are huge monsters to the point where, as this story was going out, as it was getting out, like, oh, a guy in New York in like a inconspicuous outfit, he pulled out a silenced gun and like popped the guy like 3 times, popped him dead, and then got away. He's in the wind now. They're never gonna find him. The police put out a statement going like, yeah, we're gonna try using AI. I mean, we got photos of like half of his face and bone structure, and you hear that and go like, oh, they have no idea. They got nothing. They're gonna have to like phantom dream a thing. I think my favorite meme as far as like that goes is the joke that yeah, a court would not convict him. It's like the Spider-Man meme from Spider-Man 2, where the Spider-Man, he saves the guys on the train and they pass him over him. I've seen some artwork to that effect. Everyone was thinking the same thing as far as like, yeah, no, we should build a statue of him, is what I'm thinking. We should build a goddamn statue of that man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that he pulled it off and got away. What a delight. There's no way they get him. Yeah, everyone wears the same outfit as him. Yeah, there were some photos of like people dressed very similar. You're like, oh, is this the suspect? And then you look and go like, okay, A, that's a different jacket. B, the backpack is a different color. That's not him. That's just a guy. Oh, we're realizing now that this outfit is very common. It is a literal inconspicuous look. He got like the Ezio look. He's got like the Assassin's Creed, I just look like the monks type thing going on. My God. It is very funny, very happy. Everyone basically agrees. Left, right wing. The only people who seem like sanctimonious are like the media and like the Democrats and the Republicans maybe, because like, they're colleagues, and the rich bastard, he gives them money. So like in life he gave them money. But I think this is my favorite one, and this is the one that you were watching and you fell asleep. Gotcha, you might be in another time zone. I think this is my favorite meme that I saw on Twitter. Here, you gained karma, and it's the imagery from the UI from Fallout. Famously, in Fallout 3, if you shoot like the evil guy in the first town, just like sight unseen, it does tell you like, oh yeah, you gained karma. Just killing that guy in cold blood is like a karmatic good thing to do. And to be clear, like, yes, killing that guy is karmatically good. I would get behind that. I would. Dude is basically responsible for a huge... Dude runs a insurance company, right? And his insurance company is like, of the insurance companies, the one that denies the most people, according to the stats that have been floating around YouTube. or Twitch, right? People have died, you know, like hundreds of thousands die every year due to the healthcare issues in this country, in America. Even more people go into debt, become bankrupt. It's fucked up. And I think that, like, the reason why it is so universally felt, we universally feel the way about this is because everyone has healthcare. I have healthcare. My like, you know, I'll say older, more conservative parents have healthcare. My sister has healthcare. Everyone on the internet has healthcare. Cranks have healthcare, and we all know that it sucks ass. And a different one. Gotcha. Different stream you fell asleep in. We all know that it sucks ass. We've all dealt with it. We've all gone to the doctor. And Meowser has decided to do it the hard way to eliminate Mario for good. Okay, so Meowser is here, basically, is what we need to take away from here. Everyone has healthcare. Everyone's been to the doctor and walked away being like, okay. I once had some foot pain situation, right? So I went to the foot doctor, and the foot doctor basically was like, I don't know. You know, he did some scans and stuff. They did some scans. They say, 32% of claims get denied according to the stats. Evil company. Everyone's been to the foot doctor and been like, okay, well, my foot kind of hurts. Can you do something? And they look and they say like, I don't know. That'll be $200. And he'll be like, oh, fuck me. I have to pay $200 just to get like the advice to wear different shoes. And also I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to. Fuck that. That's fucked up. Oh, I might be screwed. Oh no, I'm good. Okay, cool.
Oh no!
I'm confused about where you go from there. Yeah, from my understanding, they were like the biggest healthcare company, and also they deny the most people. There was a story about that particular company basically saying like they adopted AI to deny claims, and the AI has a 90% error rate. 90%! And they adopted this. This affects people's lives, and they put it in the hands of an AI that is that unreliable. Madness. I think it is very interesting and very enlightening to see just like how... Fuck. Okay, I see where we have to go. Next time, I should be able to get it. It is very enlightening to see like, and interesting to know like, okay, everyone is basically on board with fuck these people. Fuck these people who make our lives miserable. Fuck these people who cost us countless, you know, cash, who drive us into bankruptcy and make us deal with shit, you know? Fuck me, that was head and hands. I can't believe I did that. You know, last year, my sister had a bit of a scare, you know, around this time, around the holidays. We actually kind of had to delay Christmas a little bit because she had to go to the emergency room. And, you know, it's very scary having that sort of health scare. You know, she was pregnant at the time, and took like basically a medical genius to do the appendicitis, to get out the appendix without disturbing the baby, you know, without that becoming an issue. Privates, maybe, whatever, you know. Everyone's had that sort of experience where we've been scared and knowing that, like, okay, after all this shit happens, we're gonna be stuck with a horrendous bill. And the fact that that doesn't happen in other countries, the fact that, like, some people literally cannot, even if you can, yeah. already done with the level? It was only 5 minutes. Well, the gimmick is that the gimmick of this thing is that I only have 5 lives to do the level. You see, it's the lightning round, sort of a gimmick of the stream. You can always submit it another time, I'll say, and next time I won't I'll get through clean. I won't head in hands, I think. Next time we're gonna do it right. I'm gonna get dismissed and bring up the next level. Sometimes that happens, you know. It is very, it is the feel-good, I gotcha, you're new, I understand. I should explain the lightning round more often, perhaps. It's a whole thing. You understand. You understand now. It's fun. I think it's a good system. It is a jubilant time, and let me tell you, I am liking a lot of those tweets. They are so funny to me. I am having a great time just scrolling and laughing, and people are making those jokes in some of the Discords I'm in as well. And, you know, fun times were had by all, except for those who are in league with, you know, the people who get donations from those insurance companies to make it so that they're allowed to keep on fucking us over. I hope that, you know, I think, like, the biggest shame is that the politicians are also, like, donor-brained, that they can't, hey, Paul, let me know if you want to get one in. I will open it for you. The Democrats, the politicians, they're also donor-brained, that they cannot leverage the energy, the fury that everyone has against the healthcare system, against health insurance companies, to, like, campaign, to say, like, yes, I will do single-payer healthcare. Insurance? Fuck that shit. This is a nightmare situation that our country has found ourselves in, that our country is in. They really should be making hay, but instead, dude's a colleague, and they really want his murderer found, his assassin caught, and I don't think they'll ever will catch him. And boy howdy, I think that everyone who is not a politician and not filthy stinking rich is feeling a ways about that. Literal Spider-Man moment. Did you hear Mojang is gonna get sued? I didn't hear that. What? I guess that's enough about the healthcare situation. Oh, I'll say the other news that came out the other day that I will say, optional or not optional? I'm gonna say, yeah, this is some bonefish right here. That's correct. The other news story that came out around this was that, just to illustrate, like, how fucked up the medical insurance companies are, right before, this happened, right as this was happening, another healthcare company came out and say, like, hey, we're not gonna cover, pain. What is it called when you put someone to sleep? Like, for an operation? Anesthetic? We're not gonna cover anesthetic past a certain point. Like, if you have to have 4 hours in anesthetics for a surgery, that's too long. That's too much. We're only gonna cover 3 hours anesthetic, and you're gonna be stuck with the bill if the surgery goes for 4 or 5 hours. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck Crew Lost Roof Heel. They wouldn't cover your psoriasis treatment? Oh, that's fucked up. How bad do you have it? I have psoriasis as well, Trainer Derek. I mean, you can maybe see sometimes if you look, like, below my eye there. It's, gets pretty bad if I don't tend to it. On your scalp? I have that too. I've let it get away from me. Do you do, I'll say, like, just to, you know, get personally here. I like, I got the Lexette foam. That shit is hard to get at good prices. Lexette foam. That's what I tend to use. Is this about treatment? Are you talking about Lexette foam? You do a immunosuppressant. Gotcha. Yeah, it's an immune thing. Lexette Foam, they also don't tend to get, like, a very good deal on. Like, oftentimes, even with insurance, it's like $100 to get, like, a thing of it. Terrible. Terrible. I wish it was fucking free. I'll say, just as a rule, that is a little frustration that I have with the medical industry. I need to re-up my prescription of Lexette Foam sometime in the next few weeks, because it is getting to a point, you know, I need some more foam. I need some stuff for the sensitive areas that I have on my body that can't do the foam because it's too strong. This is a nifty level, I'll say. Very nifty, very cool, very, atmospheric, I guess. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield as well. Fucked up that they wouldn't cover your treatment there. I think I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. It probably depends on like the tier or like how good your like work is. If you got it through your work. It's fucked up in this country. It's fucked up in this country how that works, how screwy that is, how inconsistent, unreliable, and how just, you know, for just about anything, you'll have to pay out of pocket, you know, a good amount. The rest of the world does it so much better, and we are just the most backwards place on Earth. They were the ones who weren't gonna cover the anesthesia. Yeah, that's right, that was Blue Cross Blue Shield as well. And, people were joking about it, like, oh, did you see the news? Someone tell these people, like, go check the news right now. And, you know, sure enough, they pulled back on that, like, real fucking fast. And, definitely makes me laugh. Definitely makes me laugh. Did you see that they've taken their, like, leadership off the websites? Like, all these insurance companies, they're trying to anonymize themselves a little bit. Not gonna... Wayback Machine exists, though, so... Also, I think they are legally required to disclose who their CEOs are, as people on Twitter were quick to point out that, no, you can't do that. Legally speaking, you can't do that. You can't do that. This all has to be all in the up and up. Nope. Which, again, very funny the things people are saying. I am having a good time right now. I think this is the most optimistic I have felt about America in the last year. In the last year. You know, I bet a lot of people feel that way, honestly. There has not been that many feel-good things to like, in recent memory, honestly. Last year, maybe the last couple years, Jesus. But, like, shit, man. Thank you for level 06i, that was great. That was quality. That was class. The next level is from, who's it from? It's from Adventure Tale. Adventure Tale was just here. I think Adventure Tale is good for it. You were chatting during the last level, right? Like, if I just scroll up just a little, I'll find Adventure Tale. Yes. What was that about Mojang being sued? What was that about Mojang being sued? For what exactly? I haven't heard that story. I mean, I can Google it, actually, I guess. I don't know. I got one card, by the way, left, so... Mojang lawsuit. Who's suing what? It was a Kickstarter? For a class action. What is the because they broke the law. Lawsuit, there's a video. Creator of the video made a server. They spent a lot of time making it. And the day after, Mojang changed the terms to not allow guns. I guess that's, I don't know. I guess, like, as a game that is very quote-unquote family-friendly, that, like, kids is like one of the canonical entryways into games for kids these days. Of course, you know, when it came out, I was in, hiding info. Okay, so more things than just that. I'm not, getting the full picture, perhaps, from a 2-minute Google. As, like, one of the entry ramps on for, like, kids, I guess I can understand that. I also do think modders should be allowed to do whatever they want, and that, no one can really stop them. You know what I mean? You're gonna go since you can't get any more levels and after your battery is dead? Good night, Eric. You have a good one. We just have one level left. I'll pop the last card, as well, whilst we, choose one. What do we want to do? Oh yeah, I tried out the bonus level, I think, the bonus stage, and I beefed it pretty bad. It was such a throw. Perhaps we should do another level, though, like a real one. We've been ice day out. Let's do an ice level. This is an ice level that looks like it has P-switches. Perfect. It's the perfect thing. I'll pop the last card, which is not really that much of a topical thing, but it is something that I've been thinking about, which is that, what do y'all make of Ozempic and its effect on culture? If you don't know, Ozempic is what has kind of proven to be a bit of a miracle drug. See you later, Hugo. A bit of a miracle drug insofar as, you know, it has been helping people lose weight with basically, virtually, as far as I can tell, as far as people are aware, no consequences, no side effects. It's sort of been lauded as like a, miracle drug. You're on Ozempic Rock Party? Nice, cool. How's that been working out? I'll say, like, for my part, I'm a little like skeeved out by that. Like for me, I like eating big portions. I'm not like that big of a fan of just the idea of eating less, leading to as like I'm not really a big dieting person myself, so like I see Ozempic and I go like, well, I don't know if that's really the thing. The switch is optional. Gotcha. We got through really fast, huh? Good level. Good solid level. I didn't even have time to process it because I was thinking about Ozempic. I'll say, I'm not like... Personally, like, as far as weight loss goes, I'm a heavy-set American. I'm overweight, as they say. But, like, I don't know. I feel like... Here's my thought. Here's my feeling. You just aren't as hungry? I feel like I'm not, like, disastrously hungry as is. I just eat big portions because I like food, and food tastes good. You know, a triple from Whataburger, that just tastes good. That's the long and short of my thoughts on that. That reminds me, the Whataburger screwed up my order the other day, so I have a free Whataburger waiting for me. And, you know, so long as I talk to the manager next time I'm there, I'm having Whataburger tomorrow, I guess, at some point. I can redeem a Whataburger from customer service. Whatever. I like eating. I think that is nice. I like a big plate of food. I like a big bowl of ice cream. That is just, great to me. I don't know about Ozempic in general. You'd kill for a burger right now? Yeah, I kind of wish my midnight burger was scheduled for tonight, not tomorrow. Honestly, right now, I could go for a Whataburger now that I'm saying it. I'll say, like, the thing that I think is kind of, like, concerning as far as Ozempic goes is, like, I was seeing people... So, like, as far as culture goes, right? Now that there is a way to be not overweight, right? A quote-unquote miracle drug, you're seeing a lot of celebrities now stop being overweight, right? Like, the larger celebrities out there who sort of made it so, like, you could look at someone and be like, oh, hey, there's a famous celebrity who's overweight. You know, hey, let's get some body positivity now. All those folks are now, a lot of them who are rich and famous and stuff, they're paying for the Ozempic. They're getting they're, you know, driving supplies of it dangerously low, given that people actually need it to survive. Some people do. Like, it's, for insulin stuff, right? Diabetes. I suppose Rock Party, maybe that's why you're getting it. But, you know, there's some driving supplies of it dangerously low, and, in order to pursue a beautiful body, and, I don't know. I feel like that is just, kind of sad, honestly, that the most visible overweight people are, like, proving true what some people were saying on Twitter, apparently, like, years and years ago, which is that if there was a button that they could press to be not overweight, the people who are body positive and, like, promoting that stuff, if they could just be not overweight, they would just be not overweight, and, like, yeah, I guess that seems to be true, and that's a fair point, but also, regardless of, like, whether or not you can be not overweight, it shouldn't be, like, so... I still think people should not be judgmental about weight and shit. Personally, like, I just don't care. So long as I'm healthy, so long as I feel fine, so long as I have stamina, I'm fine having a little extra weight on me. And additionally, like, I was a scrawny little shit for, like, you know, the first half of my life, right? Like, probably until, like, high school, around there, I was scrawny as shit. And I think I'd rather be a filled out piece of shit than, like, a scrawny piece of shit, you know? Like, between those two options, I like, I like filled out a little more. And, I don't know. Is scrawny healthy? Is overweight unhealthy? I feel like a lot of that is, overhyped. I feel a lot of that is, like, you know... I feel a lot of that is, like, just tied into, like, the cultural, not exception, the cultural, like, stigma of overweight, right? Like, oh, like, being overweight is a moral failing. Okay. And also, like, it must be, therefore, entirely unhealthy for you, and, you know, I think a lot of people are able to have a few extra pounds, and it's fine. So long as they're active. I say that as someone who hasn't been active in a while, you know. I think, like, the activeness, the activity of a person matters a lot more than their particular weight. But I guess, on some level, it is cool that they found a drug that seems to have, like, limited side effects if weight loss via dieting is your plan, is your preferred thing. I would say if I were to do weight loss, exercise I think is the better avenue for that. But, you know, I also say that as someone who is not... I don't have the time in my schedule to spend on exercise, honestly, so it's still not for me, truth be told. It's still not my jam. What's this? Okay, I see. Doing pretty well so far. I understand the assignment. We're not head and hands here. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. This is a fun level, a good one to go off on. Yeah. I'll also say, like, measuring my thoughts and my feelings, looking at Ozempic and being like, I don't know if I want to take a drug to lose weight, kind of makes me reflect a little bit about how I tend to be skeevy about such things. You know, skeevy about what goes into my body, to the point where I have said before I wouldn't mind eventually, you know, I look forward to the day when we can all become like cyborgs and live forever. But like, honestly, like if I'm skeevy about like taking a drug that like all the richest people take, right? If I'm like unsure about that, if I look at like ADHD medication and go like, yeah, it's probably better to go without that sort of thing if you can, you know, for like mental health type, I don't know. If I'm wary of all that shit to begin with, then like I don't know I'm ever going to replace my skin with steel, honestly. I feel like it would be more likely, you know, like I said, I have some psoriasis, right? Which is a thing that, where your skin scales up randomly. I feel like I would sooner just become the lizard, like full blown, all over my face, before I would, replace my skin with steel. Like, let's be real here. I might not be on the front line for, might end up being kind of wary of the skin replacement cyborgization process once that, if that becomes a thing. Also, in this country, forget about it. It's gonna be expensive as hell. I don't know, we'll see. The future. The future, I don't know. Did I just clear that? Jesus Christ, I was just looking going like, what? Huh? Why am I out of the level? I still have life left. I cleared it. I was thinking about becoming a cyborg, and I didn't notice I cleared the level. Go figure. I was thinking about not becoming a cyborg, specifically. I don't think I'm gonna become a cyborg. Don't think it's for me, you know? Talk to your doctor. You know, talk to your doctor would be a pretty good stream title if we didn't have head and hands. If head and hands hadn't been such a theme throughout the back half of this thing of tonight. Talk to your doctor. It would tie into the whole theme of the last hour or so, talking about all the health stuff and the health news. It would also positively ID it as being a stream from this week. Pretty definitely. There's always pros and cons to various names I can put on these various VODs. That's gonna do it for tonight. There, we reached the end of the stream. I'm gonna make myself real big and pull up the schedule. After some thinking about it, and thinking if I wanted to do, like, basically 4 streams in a 1-week span, I decided I did want to try out that Indiana Jones before too soon, and before too long, and I'm putting it on the schedule Sunday, 3 p.m. Central. Game Pass stream, Indiana Jones, new COD, there's other games as well. I'll sort of just bounce around and play a bunch of them and try them out. Spyro, I know I downloaded that. I'm gonna check after the stream and make sure that if there's any other games I should download, I have them ready, but we're gonna do that Sunday. I'm going to try out a bunch of these games, and then I can delete them and make room for whatever. I'm out of room on my Xbox. I need to delete stuff. And I need to be able to delete stuff, so I need to do a Games Pass stream. Multiple reasons to do that stream. Also coming up, next Tuesday, will be the finale of me playing through Half-Life 2 with commentary. That'll be the final part of that. We just got to Nova Prospect, so we'll be going through that and the final city part, and then the Citadel, so I reckon that's like a 4 or 5 hour stream like the last couple have been. I reckon that's doable. We're in like the last third. I think that's right. And of course, if you're looking for more viewer levels, Fridays around 6 p.m. Central, that is the time for them. Vacation is like 2 weeks away. I'm thinking my schedule will not change significantly for vacation, during vacation. But, probably no stream on like New Year's or Xmas Day or Xmas Eve, I would have to imagine. Quite possibly. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it'll make sense. TBD, TBD. I'll see you on Sunday for Indiana Jones, that Great Circle game, I reckon. That'll be the plan for that. Just checking the chat on my phone. Chat on the phone breaks before the chat on the thing. Let's send you somewhere. I think Team Kayla is playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the first time. I'm gonna send you over there, and I'm gonna watch her stream myself tonight. That's what I'm going to do tonight. Watch some Symphony of the Night, which I coincidentally played a little bit myself during the extra live stream earlier in the week. So that's fun. Let's see what she's up to. I'm gonna send you over there. Team Kayla. Team Kayla is Dan Reichert's sister, if you're wondering, if you know him. And he's my favorite streamer, and I love watching her streams as well. I'll see you over there. Give your love to the VOD when it goes up, and I'll see y'all on Sunday for Indiana Jones, Tuesday for Half-Life, the Mario Maker on Friday, as per usual. All right, folks. See ya. See ya. Bye. Sunday. Where's my mouse cursor? Why can't I see? My mouse cursor is being really fucking weird right now. Oh, is something... I got something on that's capturing the mouse cursor? Oh my god, don't tell me the mouse cursor has been there for a good portion of the stream. I hope not. Whatever. Whatever. Hopefully it was fine. I'll see you on Sunday. Bye, folks.